仮面ライド
Hey, Common.
Hey, Kama.
Switch to Chrome to load your favorite sites fast. So
How many ads am I gonna get from this? 2 minutes and I gotta add.
Is this your talk about them baddies?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't realize you didn't start yet.
Yeah, just about to. Just gonna put some notifications in people's streams, or people's discords, I mean.
To this stream, like, go to my stream to talk about them, baddies.
Yeah. I'm not doing the thing yet, but eventually I will be, and I'm talking about the thing that I'm gonna do. You should leave your stream and come.
I mean, he doesn't stream on Saturdays a lot of the time, so.
I mean, I want to start so late.
There first.
I was about to ask if y'all want to play Repo, but we could do this first.
Week it is.
Okay. Got, the promos out. I think I'll just, I'm gonna turn the audio down a little on my end, and then just set it back to normal. There we go. So I'm just gonna explain what this is. First off, the reason I've wanted to do something like this in some form for a while, because I had the idea to do a hot or not for like monsters and horror movie villains. I think I did that last year. Last year's kind of a blur because I was dealing with kidney stones and all kinds of stuff, and so it just sort of like, I'm pretty sure that happened last year. But it was a lot of fun. It was just a hot or not for like fictional villains and monsters. And this time it's the same thing, but as opposed to just being like a hot or not, it's an actual competition for multiple categories. And we're basically going to decide who, like, basically someone is going to come out on top as the hottest villain ever, according to our voters. But before we do that, in order to decide that, first off, we're just gonna get like a whole bunch of villains from various media sources, like video games, movies, TV shows, even like Tim Curry has his own category. But we're just basically gonna get a bunch of people, and then from those winners, we'll assemble a tournament of like the winningest winners, and so sort of like a double elimination, whoever. And basically, this is, I interrupted my first thought. This is for charity. Here's a link that I should have a shorter. Next time I'll have a link to the link. But basically, everyone can vote for free, but you can also vote for $1 a vote in case in case democracy isn't going how you want. You can just pay to influence things. But in this case, I mean, that feels fitting for villains. In the case of who's the apex villain, favoritism and cheating and tipping the scales and all kinds of nefarious actions, like, that's totally fair game. That's how you should win. You should it shouldn't be a fair fight. If the apex villain won fair and square, that's an illegitimate. It's illegitimate. Yeah. So this is basically the final. I've done everything off stream so far, but I'm just going to finalize sort of my thoughts and discuss things with people in order to make sure that no stone gets unturned before I actually I want to put together some assets and stuff. But basically I'm just gonna make categories and we'll discuss things on stream. But for now it's just going to be a grab bag of whatever I need to do before I actually start doing structured, like, this is what I'm doing on stream today, and we're just sort of like voting and stuff. And if you would like to donate to Amy and Dougal's GoFundMe, that is, I mean, that's ultimately why we're here. But you won't be able to skew the voting. So if you want to hold off and donate later, whenever. And actually you could retroactively, if you just like donated money and then wanted to say, like, let's say you donated $10 and you say, just let me know. Literally just at any point let me know, this is, I donated, and just that will, if you in any way, and honestly I guess you could just say it, you could just claim it. This isn't like a huge, I'm just helping, I'm trying to raise some money for some friends, so you could totally just, there's no, this is not like this is just a thing for fun that I'm hoping to get some attention on and have fun and hopefully raise some money. This is not like a, pay for blank or whatever. Like, if people aren't donating, I could literally, like, so far I'm just thinking $1 a vote, but I could do other stuff if, it incentivizes things more, or whatever, however it works. I just think it'd be fun to have because I know personally there are some categories that I'm going to like not it was either sabotage or help, depending on your definition. There's definitely some people who are just there. If I like, I will get one vote, but also if if I get my say so, that they're just gonna win. It's gonna happen, but like in a way that, you know, if you if for some reason I can't think of, like, Char's gonna win. Char's gonna win. I don't know exactly what category he's going to be in and that he's gonna win, but he's gonna win it. And when it comes down to whatever specific category, Disney villains or
How international is this?
I'm going
How
to
broad
try.
to go?
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm going to try to make it as broad as possible. I want to make sure to include anime, but like, I also wanted. One of the things I'm struggling with. Let me turn the music on so we have a little music. One of the things I'm struggling with is I want to include like mythological figures or like, you know. So that the one important thing, there's almost like it's to define a baddie, like Char is a baddie, Char Aznable is a baddie, Lady D is a baddie. There's only two real criterion that like hard rule defines a baddie. One is no matter how bad they are, they're worth it. And two, baddies can be bad people, but like there's sort of like a spectrum of like being good at being bad, and you can appreciate what they're doing, but like baddies are not assholes. Some people are just bad people. Baddies are bad people, but they're also not just exclusively bad people. So
That kind of eliminates Lady D, though. All she has is her design going for her. Nothing else. Like, she's literally a nobody that lasted 4 minutes in the game.
Well, yes, but the woman who's like performing as her absolutely. So she doesn't get the chance to be that much in the game, but like in terms of how she delivers things, like she accomplishes nothing, but she lives in a mansion with her daughters and is just like I mean, she's perfect. The only issue is that in the game you don't actually get to. In the game you're just there to kill stuff. You're a guy with a gun who's there to kill her and her daughters. You don't actually get to know her or interact with her in a way that's
That's just a lot of words saying that all she got is her design.
yes, her design and her performance, but she's sort of like it's not just the
Yeah, I'll
word,
stop mean to you.
no, I mean,
Just messing with you.
she's what's the word? Like she's iconic, but the word I'm looking for is like she's an ideal. There is a platonic ideal of large fancy lady, and in that way she is perfect. In the game she does nothing and they dispose of her, but as like an actual character and a look, she is perfect. Another example of someone who definitely gets better, she gets to do more. Have you seen GoldenEye specifically? Like, do you remember the Bond villainess who's like a Bond girl but is a villain from GoldenEye? She's played by Famke Janssen, and her name is Xenia Onatop, and she changed my life forever.
Forgot about that one.
I will never forget about that one.
Could see that.
But yeah, she is someone who doesn't... Like, she has a couple of scenes, but she's not the main character. They give her, like, 3 scenes, and she's only, like, really amazing in like she only gets like 2 minutes of being really great. But she is like perfectly, you get a sense of who she is, and sort of like kind of like in like a music video kind of way. There's like how she is represented is it encapsulates who she is, but we don't really get any special moments. Char gets all kinds of special moments and lines and all kinds of character development. I can explain why Lady D and these characters are absolutely perfect. However, they are completely one-dimensional. They don't get to be anyone or anything. They're just like a flat facade of something that could be deeper, but unfortunately doesn't get to go anywhere. You get a sense of who they are in like they're this thing, they are perfectly this thing, but then they don't really get any like, maybe even like they don't even get like great lines or great moments. It happens a lot, and a lot of like, I mean, Char Aznable, in my opinion, is genuinely like, he's not just a great baddie, he's also one of the great villains, but it's also because he gets a lot of chances to do things. He gets chances to thrive. He's not like, he shows up, to give an example of a villain who I like, Killmonger from the Black Panther movie, he shows up, doesn't get to do that much, is not even the only villain in that movie, and then he just dies. And if you gave him hours and hours of screen time, he'd be amazing. Michael B. Jordan does a great job. He's performed well, but it's like, it doesn't go anywhere, and it doesn't really get to be anything, and so you sort of have to like vibe with it, because they just, a lot of times they just don't let, not only do the bad guys not get to win, they kind of just are there to be killed, and we're not going to hold that against someone like Lady D, who's like perfect, but also
Killmonger is meant to be a main villain, whereas Lady D is equivalent of a 5-star gotcha character, you know?
Yeah.
We're not designed to be more than that. It's just the internet wants them to be more. That's it.
Yeah, but
Or just a JPEG.
Yeah, but the thing with Lady D is that she's you can take woman who lives in mansion, who like the look and the setting and the vibes could be made into so many things, but instead they made her like, the thing with Lady D and how like wrong they did her is like, she's there and she's fabulous, but all she does is like walk around the halls, and then when you actually interact with her and deal with her, she transforms into a literal, like, that isn't even her boss form. When you do Resident Evil stuff with her, she's like a big weird like dragon monster thing. So like, Lady D isn't even Lady D when she's a boss character. She's just a weird dragony monster thing. And the thing that's, I mean, she scores very low on like, in some ways she's perfect, and in other ways she gets like 0 points because, you know, she's just there to die. She's there to die, and she's there to die quickly, and she isn't even like Lady D when you fight her and kill her. She's just a weird goopy dragon monster. So like, the vibes are perfect, she's iconic, she's wonderful, but also she's one-dimensional because they don't really let her like thrive, or like they don't give her a game. They don't give her a I mean, there's so many things you could debate. Lady D would be a perfect character in a dating sim, or like a murder mystery game, but in Resident Evil, where every problem is solved with gun. Especially like modern Resident Evil. Like Lady D would literally be, there would be more, I mean, I don't know, because early Resident Evil games and modern Resident Evil games are like post Resident Evil 4, it's more less about puzzles, more about shooting. But I think they did do a really good job in Village with giving, like, even though it's a game where you shoot stuff, they really do have like a good, like, the vibes are very good in Resident Evil 8. It does very much feel like like haunted house kind of. You do get the villains feel like people. You spend time with them. It's just that they're just there to be shot. Unfortunately.
It's a meta commentary though. Like, a pile of goop is her actual true form. Whereas the tall lady that everyone likes, it's a facade.
I mean,
What people want her to be.
I mean, they say that, but like, her true form doesn't, like, her true form has like wings, and like is.
No, her true form's like the goop.
Yeah, but then
Goop,
so
goop,
is Ethan.
not the dragon thing.
I mean, spoilers for Resident Evil 7 and 8, but the main character is the same thing as all of the people he's killing.
I feel like if we're going to talk about villains, spoilers is a necessary evil.
Yeah, actually, that's true. That is true. Yeah. I mean, for
Greatest
some reason-
villains, you do not know they were villains until like plot twist.
Yeah, but yeah, I was thinking, for some reason, I was thinking that, like, of course Lady D dies, but maybe you wouldn't know that. But like the end of Resident Evil 8 with Ethan having been, I think that the term they use is molded, but him being molded the whole time, and that's why he's able to like survive and do everything and hang with and beat all the bosses, is because he has the same powers they do, because he's also technically undead. That feels like a spoiler, but also, how do you talk about, like, you're right, how do we talk about, because I'm going to be talking about a lot of stuff, and so there will be spoilers.
And most of these games have been out for years, so if
Yes.
someone hasn't spoiled you about it, or
That's
you
not
haven't
really a good
played it,
excuse.
that's on you.
Yeah, I just feel like with the Ethan thing, I mean, it's kind of, I mean, I even though it comes out of nowhere, I called it that Ethan was, something was up with Ethan, because he literally just smushes his hand back on his wrist at some point mid-game, around the time when he fights Lady D. He's just like, that's going back on there, and I'll get some water on there, and we're good. And it's like, oh, that's something.
Just
That's
splash some
not-
holy water on it, it's fine.
Yeah.
Whole thing is that he's just a nobody. Like, he has to be a somebody to be able to do all these things. Like Chris Redfield as a
Mhm.
somebody, he smashes boulders with his punches. Whereas Ethan, you know, we take their word for it. He's just some guy in the suburb that found out that his wife is a secret agent who
Mhm.
got kidnapped. That was like the whole thing of 7, like, or 6 or whatever. Or like 7.
Mhm.
Like, as we play the game, there is no way a random nobody from the suburbs could do all that, obviously.
Yeah. But tone-wise, there's been a lot of power creep. Like, starting with Resident Evil 1, you, like, the climax of Resident Evil 1 is, here's a rocket launcher, blow up this big zombie. And then Resident Evil 7 is like, this guy who has magnet powers becomes like it's like he's made a machine of himself, and you have to, like, what's it? It's like, it's just, it's the power creep and the power scaling is absurd in those games. And so it being like normal guy fighting all this stuff with Chris Redfield's help is like, it's absurd, but also everything's absurd.
I think it's one of the reasons why we can't play as Chris Redfield in a normal situation anymore. Like, it has to be a special,
Known
like,
for creating
oh,
memories.
this is your invincible moment, and he just mauls down everyone with like a super machine gun that has infinite ammo, like in Village.
Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely been... There's been at least one... Like, there's been like, Resident Evil 4 is literally just like... This is... I can't think of a good example, a good point of comparison, but like, Resident Evil 1 and Resident Evil 4 are technically games in the same franchise, but they're not the same at all. Resident Evil is a very different thing now, and I'd say starting with 7, like, they've always been campy-ish, mostly with Wesker, but they're almost, like, they're not outright comedy games, but they're definitely campy horror. Like, they're leaning hard into the camp deliberately for the tone, which I personally love. I think that's great. Because, like, the, with 5 and 6 making them all about, like, shooting and stuff is like, this isn't Resident Evil anymore. Resident Evil 4 is just a good game, so it can get away with it. But, like, after 4, in my opinion, it really started to have an identity crisis, and with 7 and 8, it's like, we're just gonna have fun with it and be silly. It's like, and like a horror movie, it's like, oh, this is perfect, that's great.
4 is basically the last time they are not self-aware. After that, they're just like, these main characters like Leon and Chris, they know they're invincible, they have plot armor. It's like, throw anything at me, I could stop it. Giant boulder, I'm gonna punch it.
Yeah, it definitely, and actually, I was gonna say, like, Resident Evil had an identity crisis, but that identity crisis is why we had 4, because, 4 was going to, like, Resident Evil was supposed to be 4, right? Wasn't 4?
Oh, you meant Devil May Cry, right?
Yes, sorry, I was not paying attention to what I said.
I got you.
But yeah, Devil May Cry exists because they didn't know what they wanted to do with Resident Evil. And we got multiple good games out of it, but like, it wasn't like they didn't know what to do post 4, it's like they didn't know what to do before 4. Resident Evil reached a point where they're like, what do we do with it now? And
it's very telling because Leon drops all these one-liners in 4, which is supposed to be like a main trait of Dante. Like, oh yeah, cool one-liner. I'm so cool. Jackpot.
It always felt to me like Dante felt like a partially self-aware action hero, whereas Leon felt like it felt like a kind of corny, like cornball horror movie kind of stuff. God, what's the thing? I can't remember. He says something to Sadler that's like super cheesy.
I haven't played a remake, so it's been way too long. It's probably like 2 decades almost for me.
Yeah. Last time I played it was not when it came out for the Wii, but the last time I played it was on the Wii, so it's been at least 10 years for me. But yeah, it was very leaning more into the well, not leaning more into the horror movie tropes, because it was horror movie tropey, but it was like more just more willing to be silly, more willing to be explicitly silly and have action set pieces. I guess really it was willing to be less video gamey and more like a movie. And so Leon saying one-liners is just sort of like, yeah, he's our action movie. Like, I think from the start of the game when Leon's like, where did everybody go? And the camera pans out super big. And we like roll credits. I mean, like, you know, title screen drop. That for me made it very clear that they were going in a more cinematic movie-y kind of direction. And the horror, the tone and the set pieces made sense in that context. But then 5 and 6 are video gamey. They're like very video gamey, but also like video games that want to be action movies. Whereas 4 feels like an action movie that is a video game, if that makes sense. it feels like for Threaded a Needle, aside from being just a better game, it feels like it threaded a needle with like what it wanted to be, where 5 and 6 are just like action games that are sort of presenting themselves as like they want to be more like movies, but they just want to be like over the top action video games. Yeah, what was I was gonna do, I had this, here we go. So specifically, we're just gonna, I only have one specific goal here today, and it's to make sure that everybody's favorite villains, specifically everybody's favorite, like, baddie villains, like the ones that have flair, the ones that are hot, the ones that are, like, just the ones that epitomize don't hate me because I'm doing me better than you're doing you. People like that who are just fun to watch. It's fun to watch them do what they do. Those are the people that I just want to like just what's the word I'm looking for? I want to celebrate. I don't want to celebrate
Aura farming?
Hmm?
Are you looking for aura farming?
Yeah, and just I wanna celebrate. I don't want to celebrate bad people. That sounds like the worst. But I want to celebrate great people, but who necessarily, fictional. Specifically, everyone has to be fictional, and that's why I'm a little.
Okay.
I mean, they can be if they're historical figures and they're fun, but I want to make sure.
What if I find you anime Hitler but hot?
Oh no.
See, but
No.
that falls in the range of there's truly, like, everyone has to be worth it. I don't think that, like, you can't make, even if you like got rid of the terrible Hitler mustache, which is just really like, I don't think there's anything that reflects the emptiness and just the wretchedness of a man's soul. That stupid Hitler mustache. Like, when he decided that was his mustache, it's like he branded himself as, the world knows who this man is because he gave himself the worst mustache anyone could ever have.
Well, here's the thing, Kat. Actually, that mustache was pretty popular because Charlie Chaplin.
But
sure
Charlie
you know.
Chaplin's is first comedic and second less stupid.
Well, and now he's ruined a mustache for everyone.
That is true. That is very sad.
I was about to say, is that not the same mustache?
It is. Actually, Charlie Chaplin made a movie where his character, the Tramp, and who is basically fictional Hitler, it's this sort of Tale of Two Cities kind of swap situation before Hitler was, known to have been committing absolute horrible atrocities. Before
I mean,
he was
horrible atrocities other than the mustache.
Yes. Outside.
I mean, it's not a good mustache. Let's be honest.
No, yeah, it's the worst. It is, because there are plenty of like terrible, like from the 1850s and honestly to the 1970s. We've seen some terrible mustaches throughout history.
Let's switch gears. Let's make this about mustaches.
So, no, now I'm stuck on the mustache that comes across, wraps around, and goes into the sideburns. Have you seen those ones?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, like
See, those are
you can
terrible.
make out with someone with a goatee and never touch.
Yeah, but here's the thing: those are terrible. But by volume, there is so much more mustache. The Hitler mustache is the smallest possible mustache that maximizes how awful it is. It's barely there, but it is also the worst possible mustache. So by volume,
So
it's doing the most.
do you have some sort of equation to explain the ratio of mustache to awfulness and how we have to design a mustache that is more awful per capita than Hitler's?
all I see is Cat standing near a whiteboard in red string, like Charlie Day, a cigarette in hand,
That's
being like,
honestly,
"This is why."
honestly, that is just me and Kat discussing any subject. It gets into truly, truly terrifying things, but you're just like, why have you committed 17 years of your life to this?
Because
Look, fixation's gonna
And
fixate.
that's I would say, and that's why the Matrix is a Jesus allegory.
I actually do have an equation for it. if you
Oh
think about, like,
no.
well, think you have maximum
God damn.
face real estate proportions. Because like you could do eyebrows can affect things, but like
I mean,
Look.
I have extremely prominent eyebrows, so I do understand that.
if Hitler wasn't such a gaunt-looking motherfucker,
So you're saying if he was more portly, perhaps?
perhaps it could work.
yeah, honestly, I do think that a rounder face would suit that mustache better. It's what's the Abbott and Costello, the I don't remember who was who, but the rounder guy had basically the same mustache, but again, like Charlie Chaplin's, a little bit bigger. And it's just like a cute little chubby guy mustache. It's just, I mean, it's the thing with
Completely-
mustaches is none of them are like, unless you're Tom Selleck, a mustache is not a net gain. It's like, it's a thing
Hey,
you're going
Henry
for.
Cavill also looks good with a mustache.
Yes, however, I don't think that Henry Cavill is like, he doesn't need the mustache. He is not
Oh,
made
no, he doesn't
better.
need the mustache. It just like I think the mustache is not a net negative for Henry Cavill.
True, but I think Tom
And
Selleck
Pedro
minus a
Pascal looks
mustache-
weird without facial hair. Like,
Yes. Some people,
I mean,
facial hair, where facial hair is its whole own field of like, it contains multitudes. It does all kinds of things for all kinds of people. Mustaches specifically are a weird kind of thing where I feel like Tom Selleck is the only person, perhaps in history, where it's like plus mustache, super intensely handsome guy, minus mustache, still handsome, but like Tom Selleck plus mustache is just like a winning combination in a way where anyone else plus mustache is not.
yeah,
Like
you've also
mustaches
like
were made for Tom Selleck and Tom Selleck alone. That's how I feel.
So you're saying
mean-
he's daddy?
Yeah. Yeah, like we all know that Kat has a giant cardboard cutout of Tom Selleck in her bedroom. It's okay.
It's
We've
alright.
seen it.
Sometimes you just give it a little kiss.
Yeah.
Little
I
smooch.
have to rewind for a bit. Mustaches, facial hair is for us Asians, because without that, I would look 16.
That is.
I mean,
true,
you.
But I would say that's more
I-
of a
I hate to
neutral
break it to you.
proposition.
I would say it depends on like what type of facial hair, because one of my in-laws is Asian and has facial hair, and it makes him look way younger because he cannot grow a mustache to save his fucking life. So he looks like he's stuck permanently in prepubescence.
Well, the thing with like stubble, particularly, is that is like, it's facial hair, but it's not like a facial hair fashion. It's just sort of like a way of presenting that is, it gives a different look that isn't necessarily like, clothes come in different colors and different styles. Stubble is just kind of like a look. It's just sort of like a tone, and it makes people look. It makes people look older, but it also can like make people like more grizzled or whatever. But it really comes down to like, how do I say this? It's not like, it's a look, but whether like you can have, like, if you have there's 5 different, if you just put hair on your upper lip, you can have like 20 different configurations of mustache. If you just have stubble, there's basically like, it's just like more or less. It's just sort of like it is or isn't. It's an on or off kind of thing. And for certain things like that,
I feel like you need to do a slideshow for this. We need an in-depth presentation. I require a deck to be handed out.
well, actually, let me grab my, is this, yeah, let me, just gonna Google stubble.
I
see
thought
if
you
I
were
can-
going to pull up like a visual image of like a soapbox, and here I am standing on my soapbox.
We're also getting way off topic.
True.
Also, God, Taika Waititi's glorious.
Yes, oh my god. That not only, like, he's wonderful, I like gray-haired men. I really do. Just,
Oh, you're into the Silver Fox.
very much so, yes. Because to me,
I mean,
a beard is a beard, and you can style
so
it
what's the
certain
difference
ways.
between a silver fox and a silverback in this context?
I have no idea. I've never actually
Um,
heard of the word Silver Fox until Miku said it 3 days ago.
Wait, what?
Seriously?
Seriously?
That's kind
I'm
of
Asian,
surprising
we don't
for you,
eat.
comment.
How will we know what a Silver Fox is?
Like,
I'm not gonna look like that
Because-
until I'm 90.
I mean, but it's a
Well,
very common part of vernacular.
And also, some people are silver foxes. It's literally just like hair color. Like you don't
I mean,
have to
yeah.
because
Asian, we
Isaac's
just have
here.
black hair.
looks
See,
very
look-
similar to how he did like in his 30s, but having
Yeah,
gray hair
if-
is very different than having dark hair.
If I didn't shave it off, I would have the salt and pepper speckles throughout all my hair at the moment. Like, and look, I'm not as old as Carmen. I wasn't here in the Middle Ages. You know,
I'll probably
I
outlive
was
I'm
in here.
probably like 5 years away from going completely gray.
I, no joke, had found a grey chest hair this week.
My god.
I'll probably
like-
be there at 90.
I weirdly don't
Still
have
with-
any gray hair.
I don't think it's gonna be 90 for you, Common. It will be in the, I say 70s. All of a sudden, you'll grow this white beard, and then you'll start imparting, like, wisdom onto others randomly.
That's racist. I mean, it was either that or he'll run a noodle shop, wasn't it?
I was thinking he was becoming Shredder, or not Shredder, but
Man's gradual descent into being Splinter.
yes, thank you.
But I think this picture is maybe a perfect representation of what I'm talking about, where if this man grew his facial hair out in any particular space, like this is almost an actual mustache and this is almost an actual beard, but once it's long enough, you basically, even if you're not doing anything with it, once you grow it out long enough, you basically are inherently styling it just by nature of growing it out past a certain length. So I think that stubble as a facial hair is just sort of like, it's not it's an on or off kind of thing, in a way where if you can style it, you basically are, it's no longer stubble. That's how I think of like the stubble look.
I'll be back. I'm just gonna make a coffee.
Okay.
You see
They
Miku.
were never seen again.
My dad is in his late 60s. Still no, like, not much gray hair. So I got the, like, super good genetics, sadly.
My
Also means I can't grow facial hair. I don't even have any chest hair. It's like a Grand Canyon.
very jealous. I'm not a very hairy person, but I do, if I grow it out, I can grow a full beard, and I
So, like, my chest, like, the
Wow.
direct middle, has, like, an indent that, like, I guess 1 in 6 people have. And, like, you could, like, poke your finger into it.
Oh, that's. I when you said that, it immediately sounded painful. just like reflexively. I completely forgot what I was talking about. Oh, so when it comes to facial hair math, there's...
All this came from Hitler, by the way. This train of conversation, it all came from Hitler.
Yeah, because he has the worst possible mustache. And honestly, it might be one of the worst things possible. I mean, diseases are way smaller and can do way more harm, and so a disease is way worse than a mustache by volume. But like, in terms of like ratio of person to face and face to mustache, there's so little mustache on Hitler's face, and it does so much work in awfulness that it is really an accomplishment in being horrible. And it's like, it very much punctuates who he is as a person in a way that is unmistakable. And I just wanted to comment on how, like, let me get Abbott and Costello. Is that A, B?
I saw them last year, or 2 years ago. But I know what you're talking about. They're like...
Swear... I might be thinking of... Oh my god, I am. I'm always thinking of Looney Tunes characters. Looney Tunes always defines how I think people look. Maybe there's a guy who's got the look, like, this is the look, this is the face, but he's got like a little toothbrush mustache, and it's just like a little cutie little... It's not sexy. It's a weird kind of like, it suits his character, but in a way that isn't. It's like little old grandpa vibes, where it's like it's adorable, and it like gives a depth to his character, but it's not. It's a thing that's like it's endearing but not attractive. That's an
For a
important
second, I was like,
distinction.
Kat, are you into dragon slaying?
Is that a metaphor for something?
Yeah.
What does that mean? Pray, do explain, Shelby, in common vernacular.
So back in the nursing home, when I used to work there as a caregiver, there would be this young man that would come in, and all the nurses would call him the Dragon Slayer, because he would go service the women. Or men. I'm not really sure.
He's the serviceman.
But they called him the Dragon Slayer. And so...
I mean, those titanium hips have some serious torque on them.
Look, man,
Somebody's got to break them in.
I mean, everyone, to each their own. There's enough fucking in the nursing home.
That is very true.
They don't need any help. Most hips being broken are from that in the nursing home. But yeah, dragon slaying.
Yeah, no, for this is more like, there are some things can be endearing without being attractive, and that's the kind of distinction that I'm trying to... Baddies are specifically, like, someone can be, like, you can be many combinations of things. What makes someone a baddie is that they can be terrible and deplorable, but also they have to be attractive, but as that person. It's not just like you can't take Hitler and give him like great tits and then call him a baddie. That's not, you can't strap tits on something.
Wait, hang on 1 second. I feel like we need to just sit on that for 1 second and say Adolf Hitler and then move on.
You are correct, thank you. But
It's a very titillating situation.
Like, yeah, that just goes back to what point I was making. Like, Lady D, that's all Lady D is.
no, she's awful in a way. Like, she's got like
she provides other services,
yeah.
like stepping.
I mean, when Lady D like makes claws come out of her hand, I want to be stabbed by her. I
prefer Lady D's daughters. I want to be bitten by them.
See, that's the thing. They have different vibes, whereas like truly wretched people are all kind of a monolith mush of wretchedness. There's very different flavors of what Lady D can do to me and how, like, her daughters and Lady D are giving very different vibes. Whereas, like, I really can't. I feel like, why can't I think of his? Mussolini and Hitler. I mean, obviously, one was Italian and one was German, but like, I feel like they were aiming very much down the same kind of, like, masculinity, nationalism, rah rah rah, and we kill people. There's plenty of distinctions to be made if you want to, but I feel like a lot of
wait. So, just for context, did we start talking about like smash or pass for historical figures, and this is how we ended up here, or like smash or pass for dictators?
No, because
we've been talking a lot of. Look, I'm very like we can just talk a lot about Hitler, and like I'm very like. Sure, that's not unusual, but like I was like, hey, wait a minute, maybe I need some context.
So one of the reasons why I'm talking so much about like real world awful people is because I'm sort of circling, like, I don't like, first off, real like awful, because like I said before, what defines someone as a baddie is that they're worth it. All of these real world awful people, absolutely not worth it, inexcusable, not only did more harm than good, but also just terrible people. And no swag, no, like, not admirable, ultimately did not accomplish anything that was beneficial to the world, and just a stain on history. Stains of people and stains upon history. As leaders and as human beings, just absolute trash. Throw them away, and we'd all be better off.
I think my main takeaway was Kat just said they weren't hot, so they were not excused.
Well,
if they were, though, it might be different.
Yeah. So if you were evil and sexy, like Rasputin, it's fine. We got a catchy dance number.
The thing is that there's like a particular like mugshot of Joseph Stalin where he's definitely looking, he's rocking a look much more than other history's dictators, and he's still not like, he's like tipping the scales in a way where he was much younger and therefore not an abominable human being, but also, not just
Are you saying Stalin hotter than Hitler?
Someone break out the tier chart. Let's do it. Hottest monsters in history.
I am willing to do that, but this was specifically to do with fictional characters, and that could include mythological
characters. Hottest monsters in history will be next episode.
I am willing to
the baddest bad.
Depending on how this goes, I would
search up every anime Hitler and Stalin and all these other monsters. Some of those must be hot. I mean, I guarantee it.
I mean, it's anime.
Theoretically, I suppose so.
To make someone not hot in anime.
I think you just attracted to 2D, Cat.
I mean, yeah. I'm not Googling Stalin. I'm not Googling Stalin.
Not Googling anime Stalin titties as we speak.
I was going to, for context, give the one specific picture that people show when they talk about Stalin, but these people should be so fictional characters, specifically fictional characters, can be understood as multitudes. Real people, some just belong, like, compelling character. If a character belongs in the trash, it's because they're not compelling. If a real person belongs in the trash, it's because they're a bad person. There's a distinction here to be made about celebrating fictional villains and baddies as characters who can't actually hurt anyone or have any real world impact and are just studies of humanity, and then actual famous historical figures who did real things and are actually monstrous people.
Yeah, like Magneto in real life should not be worshipped or looked up to in any way.
Yeah.
Fictional Magneto, however, we all love his gay chemistry.
Absolutely.
Have I sent you that? Have I sent you that clip from the new trilogy of X-Men films about just?
Hear me out. What live-action, real-world Magneto be hot though?
It depends on which. Like, everyone who's depicted him that I can think of is hot. So.
I mean, is he wearing that dumb M shirt or not? Is my real deal breaker.
Yeah, it's funny because they keep giving, like, Magneto was portrayed by Ian McKellen, who is in fact a gay man, and Magneto has been portrayed, like, he has similar bi-disaster energy to Wolverine, but in a way where it's not explored with Wolverine. Like, Magneto has, like, a hot disaster kind of...
Look, I,
Magneto's
for one, would
in the
love...
closet.
Yeah.
Is he?
Well, I mean...
Like, have you seen the Krakoa Age? I'm pretty sure he and
Actually,
Charles were banging during that.
Actually, I haven't. I've been meaning to, but the reason I bring all of that up to say, so many of Magneto's fashion choices are painfully straight and awful and betray his character. Like, this is not Ian McKellen's Magneto. This is unacceptable. Please help this man. Wardrobe, please help this man.
We can't count the X-Mansion orgies for those, Did Magneto ever bang a dude outside the X-Men, like, mansion orgies? Yeah. That's what we have to take into account here.
Yeah, also, I just have to show Shelby the thruple room in the Summers house. So, Shelby, on the right side of that picture I sent you, look at 11, 12, and 10, and tell me what you notice about them.
Just have it.
My eyes fucking rolled.
I would say that's canon, by the way. The G Wolverine Cyclops thruple room
First
is
off,
real.
We all know how I feel about Cyclops. Let's not get into it. I hate that motherfucker.
Oh, you wouldn't even hate bone him?
Oh no.
He's a disaster man, but in a way that, like, Cyclops is kind of, and I totally agree with Shelby, there have been depictions, especially, and for me personally, who is depicting, like if Cyclops was voiced by somebody like David Kay or Matt Mercer, you just get bonus points. Even if I hate someone, you do get bonus points when someone I like is depicting you. So Cyclops for me is not necessarily just like put him in the trash, but he is the epitome of a character who, no matter what you do with him, cannot go over the line into, yeah, I'm okay with this guy. He's just always been a disaster, but in a way that isn't. He's
throw that fucking man in the trash.
I agree. Throw him in the trash. I've hated him in every film.
He's So
Amika, you don't even know about him going, messed up yet. You're just going by the film.
he's
Just hate the
either
Boy
like
Scout version.
I would say it's either teacher's pet or like fascist.
Yeah.
Is Cyclops' thing.
But also the other thing is, like, he's also a soap opera main character, where he's just like, he just stumbles into every, like, he just always makes the wrong decisions. That is who he is as a person, but also being a Summers, he is like, they literally like, the universe of X-Men is like constructed in such a way based around like almost
orgies?
exclusively I mean that too, but like they invented the Summers family as a thing to make him the specialist boy, when that has nothing to do with the X-Men or mutants. They just like, the Summers family is a thing they did to make him a special main character, which only makes him worse as the because like Wolverine is also a disaster man, but he's a great disaster man and he's compelling, and also as a
Wait, 1 second, brain poison. What do you think Wolverine smells like, Cat?
oh god,
Cigarettes and booze.
it depends.
Like, there's a lot of sweat there as well, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I would imagine. I feel like no matter what he does, like the amount of like, first off, the amount of cologne it would take to make it so you do not smell the musk of that man would be perhaps worse than the musk. And also, there's no way he has good taste in cologne, so he just smells bad no matter what.
He's
I'm sure of
putting
it.
on that fucking dollar perfume in the bathroom.
Yeah,
What's
absolutely.
that,
No, that's.
De toilette.
I feel like
I don't think he even has any. Like, I don't think he's the type of person that uses
he
Yeah,
wouldn't.
he's-
anything.
But if he did, it would be way too much and terribly cheap, and it would be a more painful experience than just him not wearing cologne. I'm sure of
Can
it.
guarantee he only washes his jeans once a month.
Yeah, he seems like a very... He's a...
Shelby, are you projecting again?
No, I'm not.
Not this time.
I don't
No,
think...
I'm on a schedule.
See, Wolverine... The thing about X-Men is, like, as far as heroes go, and, like, you know, in terms of, like, not just how queer-friendly they are, but just how, like, is something, like, painfully straight, or does it, like, even if it isn't queer, does it lend itself very much to being, like, is it queer-friendly media? I feel like X-Men just naturally, whether they're queer or not, it just feels like it's queer media. But some of the characters, especially, like, even if Scott Summers, he's just everything that I think of as, like, a straight guy who is just a problem and a catastrophe. It's just, Scott Summers he's that. And obviously X-Men's been going on for, like, decades, basically most of a century at this point, and so every character contains multitudes.
Also, just the other thing about so the comics may not be a one-to-one queer media, but the Bryan Singer films definitely were, like, pure, like, oh, this is an analogy. Because let me tell you what, the amount of times I've used "Have you tried not being a mutant" on my friends and family is too damn high.
Yeah, definitely. But the reason I bring that up is because
have you tried not being a mutant?
Honestly, I haven't. I don't know how. You know what? Maybe it depends. That does kind of track with my childhood experience.
Ow, no, accidentally real. No.
But I think that Scott Summers and Wolverine very much feel like, even though they are, like, basically canonically not straight dudes, they're very much like a straight
Scott
guy's
Summers
idea
not a straight dude
of a hero. Well, I mean, there's, like, a lot of... I'm pretty sure Wolverine is canonically bi.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Wolverine's bi, but, like, I'm unsure about Scott Summers. Like, we do know he had that shared room with like Wolverine and Jean, but like,
Look,
you know,
I'm
he
gonna
could have
say
just
it.
liked
I
to
think
watch.
Scott Summers is an opportunist. And so, if he gets the chance to be in a three-way, he's gonna take it. Because he's a scumbag. Even if he's like, I'm not gay. I'm gonna keep my socks on.
Well, okay, where did that come from, by the way? Where's the
did what
keeping
come
the
from?
socks on?
Oh, there's this whole thing that, you know, if you can have sex with men and not be gay if you keep your socks on.
The things straight people tell themselves.
Yeah, right?
But yeah, I feel like, I mean, just by nature of X-Men being written by most, a lot of straight people, it just feels like Wolverine and Cyclops are like, they're there for straight comic book dudes to project themselves onto, and they have a kind of, what am I trying to say here? They just have a kind of like early, like, a lot of, like, the first decade or so of X-Men feels, I keep thinking it's like, this is very much like a soap opera. It feels like they're drawing a lot from soap operas and a sort of, not just like melodrama, but like it's sort of, it's human drama, but by way of like exaggerated people. They aren't really doing, they're trying to do like big picture humanity stuff with mutants and stuff, but the actual people, for the most part, it's a lot of soap opera drama and a lot of like sort of like, the relationships aren't very deep or meaningful, and I feel like I don't think that X-Men, sort of like, X-Men has been so many different things, just by nature of not just having, because it has so many characters and it's been going on for so long, it's been a lot of different things. But I feel like a lot of the sort of, I mean, it's hard to say, but I think that Scott Summers and Wolverine in particular have a kind of, like, whether Cyclops is a like reactionary, militaristic sort of what's the word I'm looking for? Like, there's Boy Scout Cyclops, who's like basically the Leonardo of the X-Men. It's just like, I do what Xavier tells me, and I'm here to do a good job.
Wait, is Leonardo gay?
That's a good question.
No, first we have to ask a very important one. Do the turtles see themselves as brothers, or did they experiment growing up?
Gosh.
I mean, they don't really have a choice. It's not like there's other turtles.
Yeah, like, where else are we going to get the turtlesy?
Oh no. Oh god.
God damn it.
It's even worse because, like, they're not people, but they're not turtles. So, like,
So,
what even
look,
would there be? It's like there's nothing for them.
let's just say there was a queue running out Milo D'Angelo's door. Like, everyone was very excited when she joined the team.
Yeah.
That one does not really exist, though.
She got written back into the comics.
Doesn't count. IBW's garbage. They have good writing like 1% of the time, and I'm not gonna have that be like their, normal standard.
I feel like canon's a hard thing to talk about because there's so
So do
many
you think
different
April-
ways.
So, do you think April O'Neil is a Dragon Slayer?
Like, she's knocking boots with Winter.
Speak to that word, Shelby. You must pay the price.
So which Splinter are we talking about? Are we talking about like the rat who got oozed on, or the Japanese samurai dude who got turned into a rat?
Does it make it better which one we answer?
Science is
feel like-
different.
Oh.
Also, you should have heard Alex's like sigh when I asked that question about the turtles. It was beautiful.
Yeah, I do not. I thought about Shredder for a little bit because he's got like the look. He's got style points, but he's kind of nothing.
I'll let him shred her.
Shredder.
Have you
like,
seen Female Shredder?
No, I haven't.
Shit, help me out. Was that comic books as well, Carmen?
Which one we talking? Like
Lady
Shredder
Shredder.
from other dimension or Karai when she takes over?
Karai.
I mean, it has to be comics because like
Yeah.
cartoon shows don't really live that long to reach that point. Like they don't do time skips unless it's like a dream or some random one-off episode.
It looks like there was a cartoon episode of it. No, maybe not. Anyway, sorry, I just got distracted by like. I realize I'm no better than Cat, and I've just been throwing more fuel on the fire to keep Cat extremely distracted and avoiding whatever they're meant to be doing.
Well, honestly,
Karai's definitely probably a baddie, right?
yeah, no, that's perfect. It's a perfect like if there is a Lady Shredder who, because like Shredder is borderline a baddie, but also at the same time he's sort of like generic 80s cartoon villain, which is also just like, it's just, if you're wearing a mask and you're just like fighting things, you have to be like, Doom is the template. Dr. Doom is the template, and unless you're surpassing what he's giving, I don't care unless you're offering something special, because Doom.
Counterpoint, like shit. Wow, Sub-Zero is lower tier than Doom, but I also think counts as a baddie, and that is also a full mask.
Yes, but Sub-Zero
I mean,
is like
substitute Sub-Zero / Scorpion, depending on whether you want to fuck someone undead or not.
But they've got their own their own vibe and what they're doing. What I mean is like Doctor Doom is the Saturday morning cartoon villain, does evil to do it. I think
in my head, Doctor Doom is like so different to that.
Well, he's been around forever, and so he's been developed a lot in the comics. But I think in like the 1960s, the Legion of Doom kind of comic stuff. Like, in my mind, Lex Luthor and Doctor Doom are like the DC Marvel, like, they're the, like, I mean, to use Satan as a term, what I mean is that, like, they're the number one bad guy. I do bad for the sake of it. If you're gonna curse somebody's name, Doctor Doom is just the guy who does evil in the Marvel Universe, especially from, like, like a 60s, 70s, 80s standpoint. He just is like, he's just like, he's the template. He is like, Lex Luthor is just, I'm rich and evil, and Doctor Doom is like, I'm sure there were some mad scientists before him, which is why he's Doctor Doom,
Yeah.
and not like Emperor Doom.
Doom. Before Lex Luthor was ultra humanoid.
The monkey?
He wasn't always a monkey.
I remember I was a monkey.
He looks like Lex Luthor before Lex Luthor was Lex Luthor, and they're like, ah, shit, we accidentally turned Luthor into ultra humanite. I guess we turn him into a monkey.
Balding
scientist.
Big person.
Yep. Balding generic white guy. Sorry, I have a remarkable ability to like blow things up quite easily.
No, this is literally there is no structure. Let's get every single idea out and cover it, so that when I start doing the actual, like, here's a tier list and here's some, like, because I will have like images and I will have like pros and cons for people, and I'll be making arguments, and people can vote, and I'm gonna put stuff out there, and I'm gonna try to take this as seriously as possible and do the most I can with it. This is just like, let's just talk about literally whatever. Case in point, for Lex Luthor is simultaneously the most, like, no drip, like, wet, like, just the most unappealing. He's just a rich dude who's like...
Have you seen when Lex Luthor's played by like Juan Carlo Esposito?
See, I haven't,
I
but
think
that is absolutely perfect example. And also the
I think that's Harley Quinn when he's VAing. Let me double check that. But yeah, like that's like an actual palatable Lex Luthor.
Yeah,
but also because he's a parody of being Lex Luthor. Like he's sitting there with like little leg prompts.
Who's
Talking when he's like potato, really fat, sometimes a ginger.
I mean,
Where is the fault?
I don't know enough about Lex Luthor to know all the interpretations, but I know that when I was growing up, the Justice League Lex Luthor, the one that's based off of like Telly Savalas and is just I always thought was black but isn't, that Lex Luthor is an actual baddie and he would be a baddie, but he's just trash. So he's like, I would say
it's disappointing
no,
because he's still
down.
Lex Luthor.
Exactly. If he was less rich or less, if his obsession with Superman, because honestly, really, it comes down like with Superman, they interpret it so many different ways. But it's like Lex Luthor is just. It's just like he's just a guy who's not as good as he thinks he is. Who's
where Lex
Superman.
Luthor and Talia al Ghul are like having a business discussion in front of a room where Lex has made someone dress up as Superman and fuck someone.
I have not, but that's
I'll see if I can see if I can find it.
Lex Luthor.
You're like, it's that sort of
worse and more petty.
Yeah, it's that sort of pathetic you need from him, where you go, "Oh, you suck."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you either need to have more fun with Lex Luthor, or make him either Lex Luthor needs to have less self-respect or more self-respect. In my opinion, he's like the worst. He's threading the needle in the worst possible way to just be, he's just a wet mop of a dude. He has so much money and power. And he's just always like, look at me, Superman. Oh, Superman, I'm so mad about why you're doing this. Like, if you can't respect, like, if game can't respect game, like, you're a loser. Like, Joker respects Batman, and Batman is afraid of what the Joker can do. Like, those two are good, like, villains on parity with each other. Because
Joker's not a good villain.
Well, I
like,
mean,
take away the plot armor, he's nothing.
Well, in my mind, he's basically insanity made manifest. He's like Loki is a god. Joker is just a guy who is everything that Loki is in human
I'm
form.
gonna side with Carmen on this one. I think Calendar Man's even more compelling than Joker.
Well, that's the it depends on like the Joker's like. Are we talking like Oh god, what's the...
Also, Joker was not
day,
always the Joker.
Also...
Trickster, you know, the guy from the Flash. That's the actual
Trickster's
Joker that we know him as. It's just, you know, over time, more popular characters just steal traits of other people to stay popular. Just like Superman stealing, like, Captain Marvel's things to become the Superman we know.
Yeah.
God. Also, sorry, just one tangent. Like, the fact that they renamed the comic books Shazam and him Shazam makes me want to die.
Felt like they could have given him another name if that Captain Marvel's was bad. For me, it's mainly that's his word to say to transform and not transform, you know? Can't make that into his name.
Yeah.
Yeah, because then how does he introduce himself to people?
Exactly.
Like, hi, I'm... Damn it, this always happens. You can
Yeah.
call me Bobby.
And it has a similar energy to naming Superman Kryptonite. It's like, you can't name yourself the thing that makes... It's like, that's not... You've got to be something other than, like, if you say Shazam to become Shazam, you have to be something other than that. That's a word, not a name. Although Superman is also kind of nothing. But also, it's nothing in a way that's, like, vague enough to become
Nothing.
something else. Shazam, you
But
can't
yeah.
latch anything onto.
But yeah, we're also like the whole blank man or blank woman as like character name is trite, overdone, and like shit. Can you think of something that's good that's been published recently, like 30 years, where someone came up with a new blank whatever that was good? Like,
No,
what was the last
honestly,
like?
I think that all of the blank man or blank woman, I think they suck, and things like Captain Marvel or like things that are
Alf.
like, the fun, all the fun. There's like old fun comic booky stuff that we've done away with because Batman and Superman and Wonder Woman are like the big three, and so we end up doing things that feel safe. Like when we mainstream comic booky stuff, we make it safer and less comic booky, and it feels like a betrayal of what makes comic books actually worth reading and
Well,
special.
I mean, damn it, Amy.
You lost your thought?
And I lost it because I read something. Comic booky, like at least James Gunn's current iteration is dumb and comic booky and dumb in the best way possible.
Yeah.
Like, who's that? It's a robot that shoots Nazis. Perfect.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like James Gunn is... I mean, I haven't really seen anything from the new Superman movie that like has made me like it's an exaggeration to say, oh god, what's his name? I can't... Zack Snyder? It's an exaggeration to say that Zack Snyder killed Superman for me, but like, it's gonna take a lot to get me excited about Superman in a movie. And I feel like his Superman movie is...
I think it's going to be good. I have high hopes.
Oh, I'm sure
because
it'll be
it has
at least...
it has crypto.
I'm absolutely certain it will be at least... Like, I'm shocked if I see it and I'm like, at least it'll be fine. I'm certain it will be good to fine. It's just that Superman is Superman, and for that to be... For the goal to be like, yeah, that was good. Like, it's like... It feels underwhelming, and I feel like you needed... I feel like after what Zack Snyder swung big at Superman himself and just completely ruined the spirit of that character.
Hold up. While I don't like Zack Snyder, a lot of the things in Man of Steel, Justice League, that stuff, I feel like we have to credit that to like the New 52 comics. Like, you know, Superman trying to be like a wannabe alpha male, beating up truckers in the bar or something. Like, I don't think that's a Zack Snyder only, like,
Right.
can't blame him for all of that.
Yeah, and we didn't like the New 52, but they eventually like nuked the New 52 and brought old Superman back, and everything was good. We like Superman when he has depth and nobility, and not, oops, I let my grandfather die in a tornado.
Right.
Father die in a tornado.
You are right in that I'm giving too much credit. I mean, I didn't mean to give Zack Snyder much credit for the writing of it. I just mean in terms of the tone. There's a very like, he just took the fun out of Superman, and I know that that's been done many times before. I just mean that on the big screen we saw a very dour, unheroic, sort of anti-hero Superman. And obviously I think that actually, to your point, I think that people are very critical of Zack Snyder in a way that they aren't critical of Christopher Nolan. But I think that a lot of their takeaways of the characters they made movies on is literally just them taking like big... It's like, what, you know, they're just working off of source material. Christopher Nolan's Batman is just like, you know, I can't remember. I can't remember the specific thing, but all of the movies that he did are just things from Batman stories that he ripped off. He did not come up with.
It's bits and pieces
Mhm.
of them, like No Man's Land, and
Yes, thank you, No Man's Land. That's what I was trying to.
for the third one, and
I
crap.
kept thinking of
can't
Joker
remember the
War,
other
and it's
one.
like that's not that.
I mean, God, that would be wild to watch. Also, what's with Batman things adapting No Man's Land recently? Because that happened in like Harley Quinn, and that's happened in Robert Pattinson Batman, and like, well, recently, quote unquote. God, you're gonna tell me that Batman 3 came out like 16 years ago?
Not that long ago, but yeah,
I
it
think
is.
they just really like those stories. Like Long Halloween,
Yeah,
they
exactly.
always pick
There's,
bits
like-
and pieces of that too.
There are like
Sorry, 13 years. 13 years.
Oh wow. But yeah, it's there are, you know, Dark Knight Rises. I'm not gonna go through the list because but there are some go-to things that everyone goes to, and I do have to say like my favorite Batman movies actually are still Tim Burton and Joel Schumacher. Although the most recent, I can't think of his name. Who did the Batman?
I should know that.
I can't think of his name, but I liked the Batman. That's that actually feels
Matt
like,
Reeves.
Thank you. Matt Reeves made an interpretation of Batman that feels like Batman, but also feels like they took a character, and it feels like they took the character of Batman and the setting of his world and then told the story with it, rather than just sort of like made a movie based on a property. And I feel like Tim Burton and Joel Schumacher took Batman and just like, I'm gonna do something with this that I want to do with it. And
I'm gonna write a movie about a rich guy beating up poor people. Yeehaw.
I think those movies are better. Or the better is that there's movies are not a singular thing. So
Sorry, I'm just thinking about the one-sided sexual tension between Jim Carrey and Tommy Lee Jones. And it's like Ritter's like, plow me, and Two-Face is like, Jesus Christ, can you not, like, the restraining order.
yeah,
Go, shoot.
yeah, that is.
Sorry.
No, yeah, that's a very because there's because the Tim Burton Batman movies feel like they're a thing made by a person who wanted to make it. They feel like their own thing, specifically like Batman Returns and Batman Forever. I think are genuinely like less so Batman Forever, but also Batman Returns isn't a perfect movie. But there's a lot to love about those movies because they just did what they wanted to with those movies. Whereas I feel like Christopher Nolan specifically wanted to do the Christopher Nolan like wants to make a movie that makes you think that he's smart more than it actually makes you think about the movie. I feel like there's a lot of like film bro directors that have a lot of it's like makes you think that you are smart for having watched it and thinking about it, but it doesn't actually give you that much food for thought. I think Pulp Fiction is probably like the peak example of a movie that doesn't have much to think about. If you really, there's really not that much to chew on, but it's a satisfying watch. But like, it's one of those movies that there isn't that much food for thought, but it can make you think that you're smart for watching and enjoying it, if that makes sense.
So,
like Tenet.
also aside,
Yeah.
why are we on like Emma Frost pictures for like the last hour?
Yeah, that was so.
Because let's honest, we all need titties to pass the time. Like, it's for our amusement,
Yeah.
really.
Well, no, it's
I
first
thought we were
off-
gonna change the pictures to like whatever the topic is. I noticed we moved on from the X-Men already, and
Yeah,
we
no,
didn't
so-
change that.
The reason, because I never actually talked about Emma Frost specifically, because I was talking, like, I was chatting with Amy about this specifically. It's why we decided that I should, like, do an actual, like, just chatting stream about this, because I went down a rabbit hole specifically for Emma Frost, being like, is she a baddie? And coming to the conclusion that there's enough interpretations of her that, like, unquestionably some interpretations of Emma Frost are delightful and she's a super compelling baddie, but then other interpretations she's just like Republican PTA mom, and is just like, she's someone you don't want to
shot
mess
me
with,
that, and
but like, yeah.
and you just stun locked me out of something. I can't remember what I was working on, but you're like, "Hey, Emma Frost would vote for Trump," and I was just like, "Nah, nah, nah."
But like, absolutely. So she contains multitudes. Some, like, well, the thing that I came to the conclusion is, in Emma Frost reality, gay men would either absolutely love her or absolutely hate her, and it's hard to, like, just looking at the images of this is like, you can basically define a baddie by, like, this woman doing what this woman does. That is what a baddie is. But at the same
God, look at her.
time, yeah, she's phenomenal. She's glorious. But at the same time, sometimes it's like, this is a kind of person that you should stay away from and have nothing to do with, and there's nothing worth celebrating.
This is the kind of person that Shelby warned you about.
Yeah, no, exactly. And it's like, it's very interesting how she is like, it's not like she's on the precarious, like, there's like a needle, there's like a knife's edge, and she's like leaning one way or the other. She is simultaneously 100% a baddie, and depending on, like, she's either 100% a baddie or 100% not. And it's so remarkable how, like, the energy she is giving in multiple, like, she is a perfect representation of who we are looking for and who we are not looking for. And I did do enough research off stream to decide that she is, and she does count. But also there's you can't. So, I mean, to give an example of a Disney villain, from The Emperor's New Groove, Yzma is simultaneously.
Oh, God, I love Yzma.
Yeah, so she's played by Eartha Kitt, and so of course she is a baddie, and she's wonderful and she's delightful. But you can absolutely have a version of her that's just like a bureaucratic, egotistical, petty person who's
Charles,
not
I think
worth...
you were onto something. Yeah, might be a Dragon Slayer.
Well, I mean, for Eartha Kitt, I mean, she has passed away, sadly, but she, absolute goddess of a woman, just human triumph.
Distinctly baby okay.
Eartha Kitt is absolutely wonderful. When somebody wins this, they will enter a pantheon of baddies, and she's already there. Eartha Kitt has already won.
Yeah. I thought you were gonna be like, yeah, Eartha Kitt, Betty White, Dame Judi Dench. Sorry, my brain was like, come on, I can come up with more than this, but my brain just stopped. It was like,
No, well, the thing
No.
with Eartha Kitt is you kind of can't really compare her to anyone. She's such a unique person.
Just name all the Golden Girls.
I mean, you could.
ain't nothing wrong.
Dang, Chancho.
I mean, honestly, I mean, Betty White, both as like the line between public personality and actual human being with Betty White is like, she became sort of a larger than life figure, but is like a beloved sort of, like, she was America's grandma, basically. But the funny thing about that is, I would say every one of the Golden Girls, for for sitcom grandma standards, everyone qualifies as a baddie except for Betty White, who is just a lovable teddy bear of a human being on that show.
So where is Dolly Parton on your Smash or Pass list?
Well, smash or pass, that's very different. I mean, do you even have to ask?
I'm just proving a point here.
That's fair, that's valid.
Riku, thank you for bringing this bus over so I can throw Cat under it.
And then just like drag Cat back out of the bus so I can throw her back under it again.
Ugh. But yeah, I mean, I honestly would do a like history's villains, either smash or pass or whatever after this, just for fun. But we are going to try to avoid real life people. That is not possible with Eartha Kitt. Eartha Kitt is a queen, and same with Dolly Parton, who fortunately is still with us. But yeah, we will be. This is about celebrating people, and it's about having fun, and it's not about. It's not about how bad these people are. It's about how wonderfully bad they are.
I was hoping you accidentally said, unfortunately, she was still with us.
No,
That's what I heard. I was like, unfortunately, she's still with us, and I was like,
No,
wait,
sorry,
what?
I tried
Said it
to
correctly.
be careful with my words, and then
I would
said,
say,
and
a
fortunately,
new meaning to bow.
Just
was
my
even
brain
trying
just
to-
said, oh,
whenever-
it would be a very cat-like thing to say, unfortunately, she is still
Yeah,
with us.
no, I do try to be careful. Like, how often I step over my words, I'm trying to be careful most of the time. Yeah. But yeah, Emma Frost is here because I wanted to. Was basically where I left off stream. And also because she's a perfect, like, yin and yang of this is exactly who we're talking about and exactly not who we're talking about.
Cat, you know what picture draws my eyes the most? It's that bottom left, or second from the left, bottom left, from Wolverine and the X-Men cartoon one.
Yeah, this woman has no, I mean, the vibes here are nothing. This is this woman is khaki in her soul. This is just nothing. This is a nothing.
Not
white
khaki. The word you're looking for is beige.
woman. Yeah, but like specifically.
Khaki has
like-
some flavor.
No, that's
beige.
That's fair. Yeah, she is. Yeah, there's like we talk about like she is this is a white woman, and this is a white woman. This is a beige woman. And it's just it's nothing. She's nothing. The
And now,
outfit is fun, though.
sorry, we've swung back to X-Men again. Do you know someone who can get it in every continuity?
Who?
Motherfucking Rogue.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Like, God, I was like, man.
She's actually
Rogue.
a great example of a baddie who's not necessarily like she's been bad, but I would say overall, she's like her powers. Like she is a baddie, but I would say that she's mostly like a hero, and it's just like the epitome of like the best baddie is that they're bad but they're worth it. Rogue is bad and worth it, but also not all that bad, except outside of like what has happened to her. Most of what's bad about her happens to her, and so that makes her more like tragic. Like Rogue is a bad bitch, but she is not so much. It's like very different, and also I would say in terms of like Emma Frost and Rogue, Emma Frost is certainly more like conniving, and in an encounter, I suspect.
No, but
Look, people don't care about Dazzler because they don't give enough to Dazzler. Dazzler's fun.
Right.
Dazzler is exactly the Dazzler occupies a space in the comics that the MCU would never have anything to do with, even if the MCU went on for 100 years.
well, you see, every time they do an X-Men, there's only room for one token Dazzler. And that's either like going to be replaced by Shadowcat, Jubilee, your standard sidekick little girl person.
Okay, this isn't even a hear me out. Have you seen Callisto? Cat?
The sewer people.
Yeah.
Why can't... The name sounds familiar, but I cannot
No,
think
but
of
what
who
are
that is.
those people called again? Sewer people.
They're called the
Morlocks.
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 Thank you.
Yeah, there we go.
I was like, what was their name? Sewer people? No.
Sewer people.
In
They
case
just live
anyone
there.
needs to know, Mystique is very high on the... She's in the running for just winning X-Men baddies, just like off the bat. Like, we might not even have to have the competition. She might just win it.
Like, I mean, have you seen Callisto?
I'm sure I have, but I can't...
I mean, go check your DMs. I just like dumped a bunch at you.
Or
Oh yeah,
you
you've
type
got it
in
right up
Google
here
right
on
now.
screen.
Type it right into Google.
Callisto X-Men. God, I hope your safe search
The
is
heck
on.
is
Yes,
Callisto
that is...
Protocol?
It's a terrible game we don't talk about.
Okay, that's all I need to know, I guess.
It was made by the people who did the first Dead
I do know who
Rising.
this is. Yes, I do know who this is.
Okay, now casually brush past the ones that don't have tentacles. Because look at that. I mean, okay, yeah, the ones without, like, there's some fine ones without tentacles, but look at that.
Yeah, that is...
Look
that's phenomenal.
me in the eyes. Tell me how does this woman make you feel?
So what are her powers again?
Now you're really pushing it. Let me check on the wiki. I just know her as Hot Tentacle Handjob Lady.
Honestly, same.
Superhuman strength, agility, senses and reflexes, healing, and multi-tentacled limbs.
Huh. What about the X-Men movie with this Bryan Singer one? Where it's like,
Her ability in that was the ability to sense other mutants.
could tell none of you are, or none of us are above class 5 except for you two.
Yeah, God. And it's like, I've already had myself mocked once.
Never again.
Fine, Magneto, just say you're Jewish. God. Apparently her mutant superpower is innate tactical brilliance.
It's funny how...
Whatever the fuck that means.
Yeah, the tone of X-Men is funny in that you can give people all kinds of weird powers. Like Scarlet Witch doesn't make sense. Like, it just doesn't make sense that you would have, it's like, I'm a mutant, therefore I can influence reality in like a quantum state. Is like, okay, sure. But then you have people, it's like, that would be fine if it was like, the tone of the X-Men is, I mean, the tone of the X-Men is simultaneously, you have the Shi'ar Empire, and you have Juggernaut, and you have time travel, but also a lot of the time, people's mutant power is just like, it's like tactical brilliance, or like reflexes.
Why we're here pulling up. How do you feel about Domino?
Domino is yes.
Okay, so, and also when we're talking about, I just have to clarify, when we are saying baddest baddie, are we talking about villains or can it just be anyone? Because I can literally gush about Storm for like 3 hours.
Yeah, that's the thing. Rogue and Storm are absolutely, they are 100% unquestionably bad bitches. And so
Yeah.
They count.
Storm has committed war crimes
This is
several
true.
times. Also,
Hmm.
did you know that one of my middle names is Aurora?
Well, that's fun.
Because fuck you, I'm gonna name myself after Storm.
Hear me out. I don't think she has like a baddie vibe though. Even if she committed like multiple war crimes, she
I
feels
think
more of
I
a majestic
absolute.
kind of thing, whereas Rogue definitely baddie.
That is complicated. Kat, can you pull up Mohawk Storm for discussion?
Yes, I can.
I mean, that's just cool looking, not, you know.
I disagree with you, Common, because there's been a lot of like Storm in
This is
either the
absolutely.
TV shows or comics,
This
and
woman is a
she
baddie.
she may
This
be
woman is 100%
clad in like
baddie.
white or other things, but she's pretty badass.
Well,
It's
no,
so
it's not
cool.
that she's not badass. It's the
Oh my god, look
way
at her
she
in the
composed
suit right
herself.
up the top. So scroll up, Kat. Top right. 97 issue 1.
Oh, I see.
That's your...
Oh, that. Oh, God. I.
Oh. Yeah. That's the good shit. Sorry, you were saying?
No, you are correct too. We all had to take a moment to stop and appreciate. That is. That's a very funny still frame of a face right there.
That is
but,
a terrible still frame.
Yeah. But yeah, this
God.
absolutely just
Isn't Storm
magnificent.
just the best?
Yeah, that's
And see, like, a very important delineation is because it's not just hot fictional characters, because then we can't put like Death of the Endless on there, because Death is certainly not a baddie. She's great, but not a baddie. And I'm not saying that just because she's my avatar.
Yeah,
No.
I'm sorry, what were you saying, Colin?
Nobody, I met like other person uses that as a profile picture. It reminded me of you.
Are you sure it just wasn't me during an episode?
Honestly, it's like a forum post, so it could be you.
Where? Oh, what? Do you remember the context?
No, I was just looking up D&D stuff.
It probably may have been me.
Oh no.
Like, was it like modern D&D or like 3.5 and Pathfinder?
I was looking up the changes in 2024.
Okay, definitely wasn't me then.
Oh, good to know.
Yeah, which would have been great. Also, please heckle me if there's any bleed through on my microphone. Yeah, Melania is a baddie for sure,
Yeah, absolutely.
and also Lady Maria.
Yeah,
Lady
she
Maria.
immediately came to mind. I would want to say, like, there's a funny sort of, I can't remember, what's the name of the guy? Who's the guy with the little horse in Elden Ring?
Don.
Thank you. Radon is like, on the one hand, he's definitely triumphantly, like, the way that things play out for him, not necessarily a baddie, but he's like, he is a triumph, but I think of him most as like a silly little guy. Just because he has his horse.
Have you finished the DLC yet?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, cool. So, what's your context of like Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Radon?
I mean, it's literally the most like overpowered, overtooled Dark Souls from software boss ever. Even like post nerf, he's just like has everything, does everything.
Yeah.
So he's...
I saw someone one-shot him though.
Hey, Kat, I'll be back in a tick.
Okay. But yeah, I would say if Radon had more, not initiative. What's the word I'm looking for?
All right, everyone, roll for initiative.
Radon is not self-possessed enough as a character to be a proper baddie. He's got a great, he's one of my favorite bosses he like, just for context, I'm gonna also bring up Radon. It's Radon horse. Here we go. No, you betrayed me, mouse.
Cat, how many tabs do you have open?
Just 2 right now.
Oh.
Here we go. Here's our man. Big, powerful man. And here's his little horse. And he's like mastered the power of gravity magic, so that because Radon kept like growing larger, and is like, but this horse is my friend, so I can't abandon them. And also, like, this man doesn't need this horse. He's a big man. He could just walk around without the horse. But he's just got this little horse. And so he's too silly in my mind. He's got too much like silly gremlin energy, and like there's 2 kinds of Bane from like Batman has 2 very specific vibes. One is he is a hyper intelligent precision murderer for hire, who also is like, he's I don't know if he's specifically Spanish, but he was raised in like a prison, and he wears a luchador mask, and that man, in my opinion, is a certified baddie.
Like Bane?
Like comic book, actual, like, oh god, what's the...
Are we talking about Bane?
Yeah.
You said Batman, and then I was like, huh, and then you said Hispanic, and I'm like, huh.
Yeah, I can't think of... I can neither think of the... Is it Nightfall, where Bane first shows up? And it's Jean... whoever...
One that replaces him? Or replaces Batman?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of like the original, because like Bane is 2 flavors of Bane. Bane is simultaneously a buff, hyper-intelligent, hyper-precise murder man with no principles, who is super competent and very good at what he does, but has like a, his like obsession and his like abuse of venom is like his downfall, his like, he's got an Achilles heel. But then there's the Bane guy who talks like this, who's just a silly goofball. And so there is the baddie Bane, and then there's silly little guy Bane. Silly little guy is a very different vibe than baddie. And while Radon technically is like, there's many ways that he falls on the baddie spectrum, in my mind, he is irrefutably a silly little guy. And so he cannot be a baddie because he's just a silly little guy. But
Bane never really
Interesting works.
reached the heights ever since Nightfall. It's just always downhill.
yeah, he's definitely become silly little guy. Like the best Bane is in like recent years, he's just a silly little guy. Yeah, originally he was like hyper intelligent, criminal mastermind killer who's trained to like specifically kill and uses like drugs to make himself super powered, and is just the most intensely villainous villain of
Is that really a super intelligent plan to be like, you know what? There's all these villains that Batman has to fight. I'm gonna fight him after he bites all those people, so he's super tired.
That's fair. I
don't
said
think
super,
that's a
I said
3,000
super
IQ plan.
intelligent. In terms of comic books, super intelligence is, like, what I mean is that he is he's not the dumb brute that he's depicted as in the movies. Although he isn't depicted as a dumb brute in The Dark Knight Rises. It's just the
It's only been in like 2 movies, right?
I think so. Maybe more animated movies, but yeah, like live action ones where he's just like a big movie monster who goes roar. Or the I can't think of his name, but the guy who Tom Hardy. Tom Hardy's Bane, certified baddie, but mostly because of Tom Hardy. But yeah, Bane is he's a good representative of like where he falls. He's like sort of like Emma Frost is both the epitome of a baddie and also a bad person who isn't a baddie. Bane is simultaneously a baddie and also just a silly little guy. And therefore, like you just have to have like a sort of sharpness to you and a kind of like, I mean, it's just it's like it's hot, but it's not hot necessarily in a way that's like, oh wow, they're muscular or whatever. It's hot in a way where they're attractive. It's the sort of attractive, endearing dichotomy, because endearing and attractive basically mean, I mean, they're two ways of saying the same thing. I like this person because, but attractive, like a bad person can be repulsive, but in a way that's like attractive, in a way that's like interesting or compelling. Whereas a person is you cannot be repulsive and endearing, because endearing is just, I like you for who you are, and you're a big man with a little horse, and that's great. Or Bane is a big scary guy who kills people, but then he talks like this. Batman, I'm going to get you. It's just, it's like, aw. So it's a sort of, there's sort of like, there's, like, I'm trying to think of the word. It's like, there's points that you like, a character can be great in a certain way, and they could also be an attractive person, but like if a person is like, what they're giving isn't necessarily baddie, even if they're like a bad person and they're a compelling villain or just fun and likable. I wonder if I can find a I can't find like a good image of Radon that's like, I'm trying to find, because like this guy's a baddie. This guy looks sinister, powerful, like what's the word? He's like he's a looming presence in a way where it's he's imposing and impressive, but also he's just sitting on his little horse.
That's not baddie for my criteria, because like, what all that imposing armor really speaks to me just says that he's very weak and he needs all that gear.
That's valid, but
someone who I am truly afraid of could do all the stuff they do completely nude.
I heard nude and came running.
Up. Just saying that I think he's compensating for something when he's wearing all that gear.
I mean,
Whereas,
yeah, no, that is valid, but at the same time, like, it's a look. it's definitely like this is a look. You take off the armor, and because there are other enemies in Elden Ring that aren't wearing, you know, all this armor that's made to look imposing. And they have...
he's also a general specifically. Like, his armor is meant to look big and intimidating because he's meant to be big and intimidating. Like, he's the big boss man for the army. Of course he's intimidating.
Yeah, Ganondorf did come to mind as someone who's imposing, and like, yeah, he can be wearing armor or robes. He can be in man form or in beast form, and he's an intimidating, imposing presence regardless.
Yeah, say, do not bang Ganon, the ball, you monster.
But Cat earlier said, voiced by Matt Mercer, there's a chance. Wait, is it Matt Mercer in the latest one?
I think so.
Matt Mercer is in everything, so I would assume yes.
I think he was the English voice of
So, Matt Mercer is even in my cupboard right now. Say hi to Matt Mercer, everyone.
Hi, Matt. Let's see. Yeah, I think that did a decent job of covering what makes someone a baddie and what makes someone, because silly little guy is a great thing to be. Many of my favorite people are silly little
Before
guys.
we start, let's go back to X-Men.
Okay.
Let's all have a vote.
You're throwing on the X
Rogue
table.
or Southerner Rogue. Which one would y'all prefer?
Southerner Rogue.
Yeah, same.
As much as I love Goth Girl Rogue, Southerner Rogue wins. I've spent many years of my life considering
you
this.
did. Met Miku and Shelves.
This is the story of the One. As a lineman, it's his job to keep the power on. That's why he chooses
Southerner Rogue or Goth Girl Rogue?
next day delivery.
Rogue.
So he
Rogue.
can rise to every challenge. Call, click, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Which is like X-Men 97 Rogue or X-Men Evolutions Rogue, right? That's like the...
Yeah, see, you can feel the conflict in Miku's heart.
Yeah.
There's like, oh, Goth, though.
Rogue is one of my favorites. That's the worst part. Because I can't decide between them.
You can say both, but like, it's best, you know, like...
I'm gonna say both because it will tear me apart if
My
I have to
question was which one you prefer better.
Both of them, if at the same time, if possible. I mean,
Option. I'm changing mine to Miko's answer.
Dang. Miku's cheating.
there's no cheating in this. It's just how I feel.
I think that there's just like the flavor that Southern Rogue is bringing is just absolutely immaculate. Just so good. I totally appreciate, like, grew up with Goth Rogue and I get it, but I also grew up with Southern Rogue, and it's just if I had to be punched by one of them, it would be Southern Rogue. Also, hello, Copal.
Only punch? Oh.
Well,
Not
I
kick.
mean, other things too, but like,
And maybe a little choking.
yeah, choking, like thrown through a wall. There's a lot of things.
Have you heard of the Amazon position?
I think so.
Do I need to send you diagrams? Just imagine Rogue doing that to you.
No, yeah, I'm definitely being like folded up by Rogue or something in most of the, we're either talking and she's like being imposing, or I'm in some sort of probable physical pain, but like definitely some uncomfortable position. And that's great.
Cat being folded up like a pretzel.
About the Komodo dragon.
Who's the Kimono Dragon?
I can't mention position.
I don't think I'm familiar with that one. You said Komodo dragon, and I just pictured a Komodo dragon.
I also only thought of a Komodo dragon, but I also thought of what a Komodo dragon does. It has like a large lizard tongue.
Yeah.
So, here's the thing. I'm Asian, so I could just say some vaguely Asian thing and pretend that's a thing to all you Caucasians. And y'all wouldn't even know.
You know we have the internet, right?
Yeah, I was gonna.
And other Asian friends.
I was about to Google it, and it's like, wait, hang on.
Okay, maybe you should. Maybe it's real. Maybe it's not. That's the thing.
It's real. I already checked Urban Dictionary.
He's gonna say something random, and we go, "Oh yeah, it's this," and he goes, "Thing."
See,
Do
for
the
some
Dragon Ball
reason,
position, you know.
They look so cute together.
God.
Yeah, so, specific things that I have that are their whole entire categories. Tim Curry has his own category.
It's which one of the characters Tim Curry plays that you'll
God, all
just
of
they're
them.
all stuck on top of each other. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go. A Hexus does something special to me. All right.
Yes.
I'm down.
So glad you said that.
Like,
thank you.
I'm okay with this.
I thought it was
yeah.
the only one.
It's okay, Kat. You found your people, and we're all terrible degenerates.
Oh. But yeah, I'm absolutely. I will personally be donating to, like, if Dr. Frankenfurter wins, that's perfectly valid. But I'm going to be hard representing Hexus in that category and pushing that as far as the villain to Fern Gully, the Last Rainforest's animated villain can go.
I mean, I am honestly just surprised people outside of Australia have seen Fern Gully, really. It was really big here.
Yeah, I grew up watching it. It was just
That's the
one of
one
the
with
animated movies we
the
watched.
slutty Tinkerbell trying to save Boris and Smoke
I mean,
Monster.
she's not particularly okay. Yeah, one of the humans. Some loggers are tearing down a forest. One of them gets shrunk. And Tim Curry is just a delight.
So it's just Avatar, but with berries.
Actually, kind of. It's like not wrong, but
So who's airbending?
no,
Oh, you mean
The blue people one.
right?
the James Cameron
right.
one.
The bad Avatar.
Yeah,
Got it.
yeah.
There's a good Avatar.
Yeah, The Legend of Korra.
Never seen
I don't
that.
say it has its up and down.
I mean, look. All right, no, hang on. Perfectly derailed into this. So, where is Korra going to make the list at all?
I haven't seen that.
Go look at what Korra looked like. Go right now.
I
I kind of
know
like
what-
season one more.
I know what Korra looks like. I mean, this is definitely. She's got baddie vibes.
Is that not sufficiently baddie?
I would enjoy being punched by her.
Let's face it, Kat. You just want to be punched sexually.
I mean, this is something I've known about myself for a very long time.
Actually, no, I take it back. I like the season one like personality, but like design wise, I like the Pulse haircut.
Very fair.
It's just like one of the earliest scenes is like call the ambulance, but not for me, you know.
I would say I just love the I'm gonna make you break up with your boyfriend, and then fuck you, and then fuck your boyfriend, then fuck you. Yeah. I'm
It's
gonna
called Team
bang
Avatar
everyone.
for a reason, right? It's just
I
team sport, right?
yeah. Sharing is caring.
So I have a category in mind called Beautiful Disaster for the kind of people who are just like, oh god, where's my list?
I mean, Korra does kind of count in the later seasons.
God, doesn't she ever?
Where's, I know I have...
A lot of haters for that show, though. Whatever.
Yeah, well, it makes sense because A, it's queer, and B, that they're very rushed at writing a bunch of the seasons.
Oh, I don't have a
Now,
list
also,
for
if you're gonna go
Beautiful
queer
Disaster.
disasters, it's specifically Venom movie Eddie Brock.
Yes, I was literally going to say Tom Hardy's Venom / Eddie Brock is Beautiful Disaster #1 on the list.
Must protect our dumb boy.
So guys, I made some goat curry last night, and it's absolutely banging.
I'm
I want
jealous.
some. That sounds so good.
So I can actually put together a list of Beautiful Disaster characters. What I was thinking of was I would do like media properties. Like an example would be like Disney villains could be its own category, and then because like are there enough animated villains? Because like Amy mentioned Anthrax from Osmosis Jones, and that is like that's not a Disney
That's
movie, but that's an animated.
That feels kind of
villain.
like a deep cut as well.
But
I mean,
it's-
also like what other animators is like Chaos from oh my god, do you remember Chaos from Sinbad, the animated film?
No, I don't.
That laugh tells me someone remembers Chaos.
Wait, was that her name or wasn't it Eris?
Was it Eris? I couldn't remember who she was. I just called. She's meant to be
God
Chaos. I
of
can't remember
Chaos
who
or
it-
something, right? Goddess.
Pick them
I
up.
mean, it was very disrespectful to my culture's religions. However, God, it's a fun film.
I think she's the only good part of the movie.
Oh damn. Oh wow.
That's like,
That-
mm.
Those eyes are. That's very good. That's very good.
And
Wow.
she's always animated as if she's underwater, would be the easiest way of describing it.
Oh, that's phenomenal.
I'm surprised you haven't seen this. It's great.
Yeah.
Also, it's got really good animation because it's from the We'll draw some 2D stuff and we'll also do some 3D, but with 3D backgrounds. So Titan AE or Treasure Planet. There we go.
Can't really remember the plot of that movie.
Which one?
Sinbad, they go on an adventure.
Yeah, he has to prove that he's not a bad guy and win a bet with Aerith, and then Eris. There you go. So and then he looks like he loses his bet, but then he actually wins the bet, and everyone's happy. It's not exactly high fiction.
No
That's
worries,
because
Amy,
it's your
I
cat.
understand. Look, no, sometimes cats have to. Sometimes cats have to. How have I... So...
Go fuck yourself. Oh, not you, cat. I'm sorry. The Carol.
Bad lady, but also giant lady? And I didn't know about this woman? I'm disappointed in myself. She reminds me of Megara from Hercules.
Also golf.
Yeah, this is... I'm honestly either going to watch this movie or skim through this movie, because she deserves more than just being thrown, because she's on the list now, but also she deserves more than just being thrown on the list, because she deserves...
Honestly, if you just look up other portrayals of that god, usually a goth lady, a dommy mommy.
Yeah, there's definitely... I think that the, what's the word I'm like, how I think that a lot of times, like the unstable, but still the unstable woman, but also who is like hot enough that you want to anyway, is I feel like a lot of the people that's the direction people go with for Eris a lot of the time.
Personal experience, I would advise against that IRL. Don't want to get stabbed.
I mean,
shot.
I do.
Not in that way.
Yes.
Nobody.
Hello, stab me, please.
Like actual stabbing with knife.
I mean, how big's
Sword?
the knife? What are we talking here?
I don't really measure when I was getting stabbed, you know? It's more like, that hurts.
Yeah, no, I mean...
Oh, no.
Common? That's like people who love getting tattoos. It hurts, but we still enjoy it and get more.
Wait, are you comparing my
Because,
tattoo fixation to my fixation of getting stabbed? Fuck you,
Yes.
Miku. What are you
Because
doing
it's
this
true.
afternoon?
I have a few tattoos myself. That's very telling.
Oh, okay.
Probably no more real estate on Miku.
So I hear and understand what you're saying about not wanting to get stabbed, Common, but consider this. A pretty lady with pretty knife is good.
I'll stab
but
you.
like, IRL situation.
Oh no,
Now.
Definitely. Dying and
I mean-
knife wound and dying and bleeding and hospital visit, not good. But consider.
So consensual stabbing.
Yeah.
I know how to
consensual,
stab you
like,
somewhere that won't kill you.
Safe stabbing.
It's okay.
Practice safe stabbings.
Say,
She knows what she's doing. She's done it many times before. Find yourself find yourself a woman who you'll be grateful to be stabbed by.
I mean, I know, I'm still alive.
Also,
that unfortunately I'm
stabbing-
still alive, or unfortunately?
There's a lot of different variations also of stabbing, because people who have to have insulin or other things, they have to stab it into their skin.
Yeah.
Lots of people like stabbing, just in different ways.
Honestly,
You
I
actually
don't
like
know
needles?
Yeah, I don't.
I was
I'd
like,
be-
and
Oh,
what
I
is
don't like
bottoming
needles,
except
no.
being stabbed in a different way?
See, stabbing and needles are different. Being stabbed through the skin with a needle and having it stay there, no thank you. If they just jab it at me and are done, that's fine.
'Cause I think if you have the other option of injecting whatever chemicals you want inside you from other methods, you probably prefer that.
I mean, I'm perfectly okay with needles, but they're just like, whatever. I don't understand why people are afraid of them.
Well, one time, I've never liked needles, but one time when I was getting over my needle phobia, I had blood drawn, and the person who was drawing my blood didn't do a great job, and I was still uncomfortable enough with needles. I won't get into any graphic description, in case anyone has a blood phobia or whatever. But I was not looking at the needle and the stabbing, but I was feeling okay with it, and I'm like, this is fine. But it took a little while, and so I looked down, and the blood that was supposed to go in the little vial for drawing my blood was not going in the vial, and I was a little bit covered in my own blood, and that cured me of me being okay. It's like, I'm getting over this needle fear. Oh no, hang on, that's like all of my blood.
Oh
Wait,
no, I'm sorry.
I mean, it wasn't that
How
much
did that
blood.
happen?
I think so. They wasn't that they like it, you know, found the wrong vein or something. It's more that like they just didn't you know how like the blood goes from the needle into the little like plastic vial. They just didn't secure something correctly, and so the blood was just kind of pouring out of me for a little bit.
Yeah, normally they have someone there watching it for
Yeah.
this reason,
I
because
think-
it can come loose.
Yeah, they were either like overworked. I think they were a bit new. And it was, you know, I didn't
Understaffed, the usual
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, exactly. They were clear, like they felt bad about it, apologized profusely. Like on first glance, it's like, oh god, that is all of my blood. But when you know, and it covered like both my arms.
Did you sue or something like that? You probably
No,
should.
It wasn't. It was not. It was not that much blood. It was just a little blood drawing. But the problem is that like once you like if you're watching it, you would see how much it is. When you look down and there's just a puddle of your own blood, it produces a reaction. But it was probably just like a vial full of blood. Like if
Yeah,
somebody
probably a
knocked, probably even less than that. That got knocked down. It's just that there was like a little, like the little armrest thing that you put your arm on. That was like covered, and my arms were kind of covered, but it wasn't that much blood. It's just enough to get on my arms and on the little thing where my arm was.
It's a really bad mistake, though.
Yeah, but it's
Someone who works in this field.
Yeah, it was
Honestly, it happens often enough that if the patient lost a lot of blood, then that could have been grounds for malpractice or things like that. But as a person who's been in the medical field, if it's a tiny bit of blood, honestly, it's not that bad. You can't really sue for that.
It would have probably been. It would have been like 3 to 5 ounces. Less than. Yeah, not that much. It's just that it wasn't even the blood loss. It was just the seeing it. It was like, I'm fine, but I'm not gonna look at them stabbing me with the needle. But that felt fine. I'm okay. And I'm not gonna look at my blood coming out, but I'm fine. It's okay. And then I looked down, and it was not okay. But other than that, it's just I just for some reason have always been. I just don't like needles.
Does that mean they have to draw blood again?
No, they were. I think they were drawing. I think they had taken one vial. I think what the reason it happened is because they took a vial of my blood and set up another one, and then took away one of the vials, and then didn't. And then by the time they came back, it hadn't. Like it had disconnected and spilled. So they were taking.
Yeah, it just sounds like you
2 or 3
got
vials.
violently attacked by ADHD from your nurse, to be bluntly honest.
Potentially. But yeah, I did not feel lightheaded at all. It was just like a moment of panic, and then when the nurse was very upset, and it was like, you know, making sure I was okay, it's like, no, I am okay, and it was, I've had way more blood drawn before. It's just, it had never been on my arms and my shirt before. But it was just like...
I just watched a movie where someone got shot, and then they went to someone else's house to go on their computer and search on things. And then that person's house, right, has a cute doggo that's like, you know, fur is all white. And then the blood was dripping on the doggo while the doggo was like licking the blood on the ground without the person noticing. And they're like, oh no! Try to wipe the blood off the doggo, and it just smears all over the place. So this doggo is just becoming red doggo.
Yeah. that's
Doggo has a
kinda-
taste for blood.
That's the problem with blood, is that it's like, I mean, it's the problem with any, like, liquid, it just gets around, but with blood it just stains, so it's like, and it's dark, so it just looks like, there's more of it than there is, because, I mean, especially because it's blood. Yeah, what else do I'm gonna go through... Oh, so I think X-Men gets its own category, I think.
But that's already difficult, because, like, so many, like, you need to, like, sub-categorize the X-Men. There's, like, how are we meant to compare, like, you know, let's sit there, gun to your head, it's Mystique, it's Storm, it's Rogue,
How about
it's
challenge
Laura.
mode? No famous ones.
Well, I mean, does X-23 count as famous?
I mean, it depends.
After
I'll
the
say
Loki
then
movie,
look-
yes.
And, like, I mean, Gambit's on there as well, like, of course. Depending on your flavor of the month, it could definitely be Beast, as just from, like, shit. What is the full X-Men roster? Who's ever been on the X-Men?
That's a lot of people.
List of X-Men members. Let me just rip through this quickly.
Chong-Li.
Polaris can get it, Havoc can get it, Nightcrawler can get it,
Chong-Li.
Colossus. Like, yeah, thank you. But, like, we haven't even gotten to Colossus yet. Or
Yeah.
Jean Grey.
Rachel Summers, Ruby Summers, Nathaniel Summers.
Admittedly, as I'm scrolling through this list, it is getting worse and worse. I'm like, oh, Zorn.
Which one? 1, 2, or 3?
Yeah. Yeah, good one. Fuck
Yes.
you. Just Zorn.
Actually, I only know 2, so.
God. Why was Namor on the X-Men?
He's the original mutant. And Emma Frost happened.
Yeah, my mind was blown to learn that Namor, as like the Submariner, is one of the oldest comic book characters. I did not know that, and that was like really interesting to learn.
You know what? Kid Omega can also get it, like, in a weird, like, I'm a terrible punk way. Like, that's fine.
Yeah, that's a vibe. I get that.
Mhm.
Yeah, oh
Like-
god. Now I'm second guessing myself. Thanks, like, because there's so many people on the X-Men that maybe you
Yeah,
can't
like-
give the X-Men their own category, because
You
there's
need,
just-
like, subcategories in the X-Men as well. So, like,
Yeah.
Take away all the popular ones.
well, for
but then we can't bang Rogue. Why would you do this to me?
Obviously, people would, though. It's like, no brainer, you know? On the other hand, it would be like, Elixir, would you hit that? I mean, that's more. But, you know, you have to think about it.
Now I have to, like, pull up what Elixir looks like.
Like Adam Warlock?
Maybe. But yeah, like, I already have my Dark Horse pick with Callisto. I had to explain what she looked like to someone, therefore I think that counts.
yeah.
Okay, now I've got the perfect one for you. Hang on. Have you seen what Velocidad looks like?
No.
Not as fun as it sounds. Because it is not a Velociraptor, he just runs fast. I just wanted to disappoint. I am also disappointed because I remembered that and I was like, oh.
Also, this one guy whose power is to literally people forget who he is, and then he dies
forget
saving
me.
everyone. Been seeing that guy all over the internet lately.
Constantine is absolutely one of the beautiful disasters.
God.
I should have mentioned him.
God.
Maybe even over. No, Eddie Brock, because Eddie Brock has multiple interpretations. I don't think.
yeah. Well, Venom Eddie, like the movie verse Eddie Brock, is a very specific type of disaster.
Mhm.
We're talking Johnny H. Constantine.
He's
From
not a
DC?
name as an H.
I know I'm making
Is it
that up.
H?
No,
Okay,
I
thank
only
God, I
know
was like-
John Constantine. I can look it up.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, you are right. Him and Tom Hardy would hook up. It's true.
I only said H cause Hellblazer, but I don't think he has a middle name.
Anyway, I have to go do adult things. Y'all
Ugh.
have fun building the list.
It's Saturday though, Sunday for you, but still weekend.
Yeah, but like, does your house clean itself?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah. You don't have the house from Encanto.
No, I don't, unfortunately.
Go get one. It's really nice.
Fair.
Bye. Let's.
On the other hand, the house would know every time you're, doing something naughty. So that's a downside.
That is true.
Yeah, that would be.
The other question is, how often would you get caught with that for it to actually matter to the house? And not traumatize the house? You do not have to answer that. I prefer not knowing.
But think about the house. There's a lot of couples in that house. The house sees all.
And that house clearly got used to it. Damn, think about the cousin with the hearing powers. Don't want to be that one. Man, I want to rewatch that movie sometime. Man, I'm not stupid. I'm not gonna have any smart devices like part of my house. Like, even for a microwave, I would prefer having the most low-tech microwave ever. Like, if my microwave could play music, I'm not having it.
That's. Yeah, I feel similarly. Although. Things playing music. Oh, do you mean playing music like playing. Like Spotify or something?
Well, yes, if your microwave has access to Spotify, you do not want it.
Yeah, I agree.
What about those dryers that make beautiful like songs and stuff when it's finished?
There's still
No.
computer chip in that, so no.
Well, the thing, if it has a little musical jingle, that is different than it's not necessarily like accessing the internet. So
Someone could still hack it to do weird stuff.
I
Could still
guess.
explode. It could come within 5 feet of it. It's gonna.
I mean, you could hack it and make it play a different musical notes, which would be cool.
Yeah, it is always fun when people like what's the like Game Boy, when people use the Game Boy chip to make music.
My
Chip.
printer is not wireless, so I'm not having that.
So I'm just typing out some stuff because, well, first off, I have categories that don't have enough people in them, and I have some that have so many people. I'm thinking that, like for comic books and video games, I could break things down to specific properties.
Honestly, for comics, everyone's on that list because over 50 years of history, you just become one regardless because status quo
Mhm.
and all that.
Thank you, Amy. You are absolutely correct. Howl is a wonderful, beautiful disaster.
Like Nightwing, probably one of the most stable people in comics histories, but he's also one. especially after he was gonna get married with Starfire, but goes to what's her face, Batgirl, to give her the invitation, but has the one night stand with her, and then gives the invitation. Hey, I'm getting married to this alien chick.
Yeah, it's
Jason Todd is day one.
Jason Todd falls on. He works on multiple lists.
I feel like you could just say X-Men, all of them, except Chun-Li.
But I mean, I feel like, I mean,
Chun-Li is also one, or
well, that is fair, but I feel like it deprives, because the while we're doing this, like the way that this works is we'll examine like characters and franchises and like do like compare and contrast of like positives and negatives, but at the end the final thing is a double elimination tournament bracket that people can vote for, and so like you're correct that like X-Men has so many representatives and so many like there's just so much. It is because like I would say Apocalypse is a hard no for me, and also Mr. Sinister is a hard no, but also they're very much like if Apocalypse did not look like the Thing with a better skincare routine, he would be a yes.
what about Teenage Apocalypse, where he's on the X-Men and good?
Haven't seen that version of him.
Yeah, Deadpool put him on the team, so he doesn't, become the original one. I think he either got de-aged or they time traveled him.
I mean, I guess I was gonna say Apocalypse would be a yes, but also he is pretty evil. Like, he makes Mr. Sinister. I was like, Mr. Sinister is worse than Apocalypse, but can that be true if Apocalypse made Mr. Sinister? Only
Did
one
he?
is a Nazi. I think he did. I think that's how Mr. Sinister became...
I think Mr. Sinister would have still become Mr. Sinister, whether Apocalypse,
right.
existed or not.
Mr. Sinister, like Nathan Essex, I think is his... Nathaniel Essex. He wasn't born a mutant, or didn't have like Mr. Sinister powers and like white skin, until Apocalypse did stuff to him. Well, honestly, like, I mean, he was a Nazi. He is, as a character, he is a Nazi. So
Apocalypse's power is basically give people a glow up.
Yeah.
Tell me up, bro.
Also, like, he also has like super strong and doesn't age, and like he's Apocalypse is whatever they want him to be, because he's like
I think it's like the more glow ups he gives to other people, it makes himself stronger or something like that.
I mean, that makes sense as a villain, especially thematically, to like you make those people stronger and then that makes you stronger.
He's
that works.
basically a cult leader. The more powerful the cult is, the more powerful he becomes.
Okay, so one thing that I wanted to make a distinction on is when it comes to comic book villains, you could actually just do comic book movie villains. Specifically,
I don't like live action movies.
Yeah, but like the thing that made me think of it is Poison Ivy of the comics is definitely a baddie, but also Poison Ivy as portrayed by Uma Thurman is a baddie as Poison Ivy, not as they did the same thing that they did in Batman Returns, where she becomes like super cool, amazing, bad, sexy bitch after
I
she
thought
dies.
she was only in Batman and Robin.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, with Catwoman and with Michelle Pfeiffer's
Oh right.
like they're well, Dr. Pamela Isley is a doctor, but
Speaking
like,
of Catwoman, she's also the voice of Eris from the Sinbad thing.
oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that.
I googled it just now, like earlier.
That's fun. But
I think Shells went to sleep.
yeah. In my mind, those are two very different poison ivies. And I guess you could combine them and give extra points to poison ivy, but there's just certain. The main reason I wanted to make the distinction is there are many interpretations of Ultron, but few that I would say are like genuinely like. There's the only version of Ultron that has like there's just something so like egotistical about Ultron, something so narcissistic, like and also I don't like Ultron, like Ultron being so narcissistic and like it just doesn't make sense that Ultron is so much of a human ego when it's like Ultron's whole deal is like apex life form but a machine that's evolving itself, and it's like, okay, that makes sense that you programmed it to do that. Why would it have an ego? But like, why would it have like a super duper so much ego, and why would it never evolve to the point where it doesn't have that anymore?
Because he copied the brain patterns of Hank Pym.
Yeah, I feel like I mean, I guess I've never read an interpretation of Ultron that makes him sympathetic, even though I tend to like.
Probably have to divide these comic versions by like a decade, because every decade they probably feel different.
Yeah, there's definitely, I mean, literally like Golden, Silver, and Bronze Age comic book stuff, and even then you could divide it more. That's what I'm thinking, that we only go with like the most famous, well-known ones that like stand that that are worth it, because like Char is one of the most famous anime villains, but also is 100% certified baddie, and
Keep mentioning him. It's like you want him to win or something.
I feel like he's the epitome of a baddie. And not only that, I feel like he has so much, because he's been around for so long and so many different, especially considering that like I'm not going to say that Quattro Vagina and oh god, what are his other, Full Frontal, those are not. If it's a Char face that is specifically Char, then it's Char. It doesn't matter if he goes by a different name or if he's doing something different.
What about the mom from Witch from Mercury?
She's a Char face, but she's not actually Char. That's a different person.
Definitely a baddie though.
Oh yeah, but she's a baddie, but I wouldn't say she's worth it, because her children are wonderful and she's just terrible. Yeah, Zex, I mean, that's because actually Amy mentioning Zex is the perfect, because Zex is absolutely a yes and absolutely a baddie, but also
I don't think he's a disaster enough though.
Yeah, he doesn't beat out Char in any category.
He's just hot.
Exactly. Yeah,
and he's good at what he do, but he's not much of a disaster. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, and so I would say, even though Zex is absolutely a certified baddie, and if we were just doing Gundam baddies, he would count. But if we're going to reduce anime to anime, or reduce like anime to certain genres like mecha, then there are so many Gundam characters who just don't even compare to Char. Like, Char enters the building, he enters this field of combat having disqualified hundreds or thousands of other people. I keep bringing up Char because he's so many. He is the perfect epitome of so many of the things that there's so many categories that are just like his for free.
So yeah, Zax is more like a Sixth Ranger in a Power Ranger team. After his arc is over, he's just another guy on the team.
Yeah. Honestly, the way that Zex works as like a person, I would put Trey's as like a baddie over him, but also Trey's is like, I don't know. Trey's has more flair and more style, but Zex is hotter. And also Trey's is sort of like, when it comes to actually like proving himself, Zex is so much more like, Trey's doesn't add up to that much in the series compared to Zex, who's like, I'm Zex Marquise, I'm Miliardo Peacecraft, he literally shows up, does something, and then the show revolves around him. And then it's just it's like, I'm now this person, but also the show's about me. This show is his so often, even though I think that Trey's is more, like, he's more over the top. Trey's is, like, giving more, if that makes sense.
Well, if you're taking the show by itself, Trez just exists. He's involved in everything. Everything's because of him. But he just exists. He doesn't really action, you know?
Yeah, exactly. In terms of the setting, he's the lead of Oz, but in terms of like how everything plays out, he's just kind of there and isn't even like one of the better pilots.
I mean, it's implied that he's very good, but it's not like he fights.
Yeah.
Everything about him is just told and not shown.
Exactly. And I honestly feel like I like that there's Trey's and Zex. I think that the show is better, but I feel like there's a reality where you kind of fold most of those two characters together into one character, and then you have like an older character who, instead of Oz being founded by like a 25-year-old, you have an older guy who you kill off. And that leads to, because Wing is such a mess of like political, this breaks down into that, and these people are now on this side, and it's such there's like 15 different like political entities in Wing.
The leader, the bad military Oz, was actually secretly trying to fight for peace this whole time, which is like, you can't just say that and not show it.
It's very sloppy, and I feel like Wing really, they wanted to have the 5 suits and also have Zex and Trey's, and I feel like it suffers from it's too directionless to be bloated. But like it really it bounces around a lot in a way where a lot of things could, and in my opinion should have been consolidated. But also it's just about like pretty men having robot fights, so in that way it does what it's supposed to do. I don't think there's any.
In the side story, Trez makes 2 Gundams, the Epion and something else, and the something else, I think it was like Aquarius or something. Its special gimmick is that it could hack things, but like if that actually existed, there's no challenge in the fight anymore, because everything they fight is those AI robot things. So if that thing just shows up, they win.
Yeah, Wing is weird. Wing is almost like they did do extended stuff, but it's like, if instead of the Universal Century canon moving forward in like chronologically and having future installments, Wing is like, oh, what if it's just like retcons and like ideas crashing into each other. It's all of the like expanded ideas of the UC, but just all mushed together all at once. And I think it's there's good and interesting stuff there, but I don't think you can really. You can't fix Wing. I think it's a mess that you have to take as it is. With it, it's just they did some stuff. There's some cool designs. It is what it is.
You remember this episode where a Sangrock guy stole like a replica of like the Wing Gundam's main laser gun because they needed to like overpower the shields on those AI robots, the Virgils or whatever. And I'm just thinking, why not make more of those things so everyone has one of those big laser guns?
Yeah, it really does not. Wing. I mean, nothing in the Gundam universe makes sense in terms of like what they're spending money on and like.
3 out of 5 Gundams, all they had was melee weapons.
Yeah.
I'd give them a big laser gun.
Yeah, it's very weird.
But it's more like, oh, if that one gets one, I'm not gonna be special anymore. That's my gimmick.
Yeah, it definitely is like, this one's the main one because it can actually just destroy anything at any time. And like, a scythe is unquestionably cooler, but also, like, it's not practical in the slightest.
Yeah, it's kind of like the whole MCU issue of like, why doesn't Tony Stark give everyone an Iron Man suit?
Yeah. Especially in
Whereas,
Iron
like-
Man 3, where it's like he has hundreds.
Yeah. And then you look at comics or cartoons, there'll be like at least one issue or comic where, oh, the Avengers really need my help. Everyone have an Iron Man suit. But as a movie, you probably want to like emphasize the individual like talents.
Yeah.
So we got Scarlet Witch. Black Widow is like, yeah, we have to let her do that like grabby thing that, you know, looks really silly. But
And then the posing that her. She's like, you're always posing.
yeah, I love Yelena as a character. She's like, well,
She's chaotic fun.
pointing all these things out.
I can never remember that actress's name, but I really like her.
I just had it in my head because I've seen interviews with her real name, and that's how I remembered it.
Just call her Yelena. No, the best parts in Thunderbolts too, as well.
So I'm gonna make a list of comic book movie villains, and then we can decide if it's actually worth, like, having out. Like, is it? Because the thing for me, the top of the list is Arnold Schwarzenegger's Mr. Freeze. There's no version of Mr. Freeze that is a, like,
Florence Pugh is her name.
yes, thank you.
I would never remember that.
I remembered Pugh, but I couldn't remember the Florence part.
That's like such a grandma name, you know?
It is. Although it also sounds like the name of someone who would write poetry.
Green Goblin, Norman Osborn, portrayed by, what's his face?
Yes, I know who you're talking about. He was a great Green Goblin.
William Dafoe, there we go.
Thank you.
Yeah, Dafoe.
Yeah, no,
I really liked years ago, and I saw it recently on my YouTube page, where all the villains got to dress up for and do catwalks in outfits. Wow, what brand was that?
Cannot type, cannot spell.
I think the important part is that we get the point. If I see Arnold Swords, I'll be like, yeah, I know who that is.
Yeah, I'm not going to. I will often try to spell something. Arnold. Yeah, no, thank you. Because that name is like 3 times longer than that.
Constantine, the Keanu Reeves movie.
See, that's the thing. I would say yes to comic book Constantine, but I think Keanu Reeves. I don't think that he's a baddie. However, oh god, why can't I think of her? Tilda Swinton as Gabriel? Absolutely.
I feel like the Matt Ryan guy gets the disaster energy on Constantine better.
Yeah, Amy has the same. Gabriel and Balthazar. Who's Balthazar again? Was that?
I don't remember their names. I've seen the movie.
I can't remember. But yeah, Keanu Reeves from the Constantine movie is not a baddie in the way that Constantine is. But Gabriel from the Constantine movie absolutely is. Yeah.
Oh, Cat. Lucifer from Lucifer, the show.
Yeah. And that actually, that is based on a comic book, right? Is that a DC thing?
Yes.
Yeah, so then we can... I don't know the name of that actor.
Tom Ellis?
Oh. Why can't I think of the name of the actress who plays Hela? I absolutely adore her. Looking her up. I accept
Kate
defeat.
Blanchett.
Thank you.
I only know because she was in the ending of Squid Games. Which is, I guess, technically a spoiler.
Absolutely love that woman. But I would say there are some... It's hard to say with... Because, so, Tom Hardy's Bane is funny, but also a baddie. But in my mind, comic book Bane has become a silly little guy. And he was in Batman and Robin, Joel Schumacher's Batman and Robin. I don't know the actor who was Bane in that, but he's a silly little guy. He is not Bane, the criminal mastermind. He's just a movie. He's Ed Wood movie monster guy. Yeah, Arkham Asylum's Bane is a perfect, like an actual representation of that kind of Bane. I was gonna say in recent times, but the Arkham Asylum isn't. It's still recent-ish.
It's over a decade-old, Cat.
Yeah, but it's way closer than the original Nightfall. Like, compared to how old it is and how good of a depiction it is, I would put that over Nightfall. Even though it's not that long.
All you gotta do to reference Old Bane would be like, he has a line that says, "Remember when I broke your bed? Good times, good times." Then there are a little Spanish in there.
I feel like there's enough specific to movie comic book villains that you can have them. Why can't I think of the guy?
It's
James
also
Spader.
yeah, it's also the cartoon Earth's Mightiest Heroes or something like that. From like 2010 or something like that.
And I was also thinking lower tier in my opinion, but certainly still valid. Either Deacon Frost from the Blade movie, or literally Deacon Frost and the blonde woman. Sort of, you can either take them as a couple, or just have, I can't remember the name of the actor, but Deacon Frost from Blade.
I don't know who Deacon Frost is.
He's the guy at the end of the movie who becomes the blood god. He's just like very Eurotrash, like
John Connery.
Oh, hold on. He's not
How
there
Sean
enough.
Connery is he?
No, he's not. I can grab him.
Not Sean Connery enough? Dang.
No.
I think I just need to rewatch those movies someday.
It's worth it. Now here we go. This.
The reason why I mentioned Sean Connery is because I googled him and I got the comic version that has a Sean Connery look. Like on the bottom left of your browser right now.
Oh yeah, I
Your
always
top
forget
left.
that Deacon Frost is actually older. Yeah, like that's...
Could see a Sean Connery portrayal if he was still alive.
Yeah. But this is the energy. Honestly, he's just sort of he's like the yuppie version of Lestat, kind of. And in
Tom
that
Cruise?
way, yeah, but like like any Interview with the Vampire, he's just, if Lestat was a yuppie, and like a very upwardly, yeah, actually, yeah, definitely shitty white dude precursor to Edward, definitely, but like he has a kind of like, he has a very 90s swag to him. He has a very kind of
This 4th of July, Bob's
keep getting I could not. I had such a hard time finding music for the stream. I wanted to. I had all kinds of music I wanted to use that are not going to be safe for stream, so I just picked this.
Did you not do the double audio track thing?
I will next time. European sluttiness is such a good way of describing it. Yes.
Yeah. Tomorrow when I done with all the family stuff thing, I will pop in chat with you to set all that stuff up with you.
Thank you. But like, yeah, this is a vibe. It's good enough to make a list. It's never going to win. It's not a winning entry, but this is like middling baddie territory, and it's entirely because it's like very chic. He's very it's the vibe. It's like a perfect 90s fashion, like kind of like heroin business chic 90s vibe that is super just the style of the vampires in this movie.
And when I think 90s European slutty vampire guy, I think Spike from Buffy.
Yep, definitely. Yeah, honestly, yeah, that is the same thing. Honestly, it's like exactly the same thing. Is like this guy has more corporate vibes, but yes, very much the same thing. So where's my list? So if I don't add him, we still have a lot of characters that I feel are worth it to a point where it's like these people need to get a chance. Because like the Avengers 2 movie with Ultron is like, that's not a good movie. But James Spader's Ultron is a very good Ultron. Like, he made me like Ultron a lot more. I always thought of Ultron as like somebody's like, what's the, I can't think of, sort of like Damian Wayne, where it's like, I'm your kid, so I have to be special. It's like, Ultron is like, you made me, so I'm just going to be, I'm important. Ultron isn't just any robot who's going to take over the world. Ultron is Ultron. And it's like, okay, but you suck. But James Spader Ultron has a lot of like flair and is fun.
I think you have like a secret fetish for evil Pinocchio.
I mean, I can't. I mean, that's not off base. I do like me a robot.
Some unexplored territory. Go start explore that.
But yeah, I think this is. Yeah, I want somewhere between at least a list needs to have at least 4 people. And if I've hit 8, I've got plenty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, that's 10. Yeah. If it's 10, it needs to stay. 10 needs to, I need to, like, actually, because, like, Tom Hiddleston's Loki, there's definitely, like, many versions of Loki are a fuckboy. But Tom Hiddleston's fuckboy Loki is absolutely, like, it's the Loki. I can't think of a single version of Loki that is, like, even, like, I can't think of anything Loki's ever been or done. Exact. Not only does that Loki serves Loki. When I think about what it means for Loki to serve, it is Tom Hiddleston's Loki that is doing the serving. He defines what Loki serving means. And so it's like, there's certain, like, honestly, Arnold Schwarzenegger's Mr. Freeze is a completely different guy. If you don't remember, let me pull this up just for those of you who do not remember.
I remember. Kill the
Miss Freeze.
dinosaur.
Yeah.
The Ice Age.
The puns are great. But look at this man. He's got a look at
Nice
this.
to meet you.
Like, look at this is not Mr. Freeze as we know him or have ever seen him. The little crown thing on the top of the head, I'm not quite sure I love the suit design, but absolutely this is not Mr. Freeze in the way that I think of him. This is his own thing. He is delightful. Look at this. It's amazing. He's absolutely, he's giving something that is unique, and there is no Mr. Freeze that even vaguely compares to this Mr. Freeze.
Hold up. What about the original Batman the Animated Series version? That
no.
gives us Mr. Freeze as we know him.
Yeah, no, he's great, but he's not. He's honestly, like, he's a very sympathetic villain, and he's a very human villain in a way where he's almost not. He is more a victim than he is a villain, and his motivations are understandable, and I care about that guy. I care about him, and I love his design. Honestly, I like his look better than this look. By like, oh my, here we go. Here we go. This.
It's not updating. What are we looking at?
We're looking at Arnold. Oh, sorry, I forgot. This is here. Let me.
Oh.
Where's my... Ugh, sorry.
Amy's right. Hellboy does count.
Hellboy does count. Let me... Oop, that's the wrong one. Is this... There we go. Look at this man. No, give me... Oh, okay. We gotta... Ugh,
Oberon?
that's the wrong window. Here we go. Here's our man. Look at him with the polar bear slippers and the cigar. He's so... Oh, he's amazing. This is not Mr. Freeze. This is not Mr. Freeze. This is Arnold Schwarzenegger's Mr. Freeze. And this man is a baddie. Certified baddie. And Amy, the Elf Prince guy from the second one, you are correct. I literally thought about that. I left him off because I couldn't think of, it's like, who is that? And if I can't think of his name, does he count? But yes, I absolutely thought of him 100%, yes.
I got you, Kat. That's the actor name and the character name.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dark Elf, Malekith, Mala something.
Yeah. I think it's Malekith. But yeah, this man. How would you crop out the polar bear slippers? But yeah, this man deserves his own entry. He's too funny. He's wonderful. He needs a chance.
Amy, do you just have a thing for elves?
I mean,
I can't because they're usually super racist as a minority. You understand where I'm coming from here as a minority, you know.
I mean, they're not always, like, elves occupy a weird position where they're definitely racist in the, like, when conceived of, they're literally conceived of as a superior race of, like, light-skinned, blonde-haired, blue-eyed people, but they also
We stay
are...
attractive forever and we live for 1,000 years.
But they're also a minority group in a setting where humans are the main species. A lot of times it's like, you know, there's like some elves. It's like there might be like one elf to 100 people or 1,000
I
people.
think they're like the model minorities.
No, I'm saying that sometimes they are the ideal, like the white person ideals, like fantasy superior master race. Other times they are like an oppressed and endangered race of people. And you know, in a race, in a setting where white people exist, elves aren't necessarily a stand-in for white people, but a lot of the time they are. So I have mixed feelings about, like, is this elf a... Because thinking of elves as like woodland people, it's like, because you could think of elves as elves in like the Tolkien sense, where they're like basically like the Christian race, in like is not far off from a way of describing them in like his mythology and how it works. But you could also just think of them as like, what if American tribes people were white? Like, what if they're forest folk and they live in peace, in harmony? And it's like, yeah, we those people existed in America. They were massacred over centuries. So, like, they're often depicted in like D&D, high Western fantasy as like a mythical white race. But you can just as easily think of them as people that white people would genocide.
The racist kind that you're talking about, like in D&D, they're just called high elves, whereas the woodland ones are literally called wood elves.
Yes, that is actually, you're correct. That is a distinction that high fantasy often makes that I wasn't thinking about, because I tend to think of, like Amy's mentioning, Norse mythology elves and like the Fae. Elves existed before Tolkien made them into elves existed before Tolkien made them just white people. And so I don't have a ton of fantasy and mythological knowledge, but I do think of elves as more than what Tolkien, they're more than Orlando Bloom in my mind. But I do
I don't even
understand that
think
perspective.
I never imagined elves as white. And I'm like, when in the Tolkien version, like all of them were white, and I was like, okay. I just imagine anything that is in woods or that kind of area, like they could be tanned, they could be like all sorts. And if they're like near sand or anything else, I imagine them dark skinned. Like, I think environment also has things to do with it too.
Yeah, and often in my mind, elves are not just like humanoid. Like in my mind, elves and pixies are kind of, I don't know what media I watched growing up, but there's some overlap of pixies and elves that is like, I don't think most people have, but in my mind, for some reason, when I think elves, I also think pixies. And so I don't think of them as inherently white because I think of them as like very much fey creature adjacent.
So-
which is not Tolkien.
Oh, funny thing is, when you think racist, white elf, I don't even think Legolas. I think Hugo Weaving, his dad or something from Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy.
Although
One
at
was
the same time with Elrond, like he's a good example of like not being white, because the king who's got the rings like destroy it for the good of everyone, and then this like wealthy white king dude is like, no, I'll keep it, and he's like, dude, come on, this is so bad for everybody, please, dude, we're gonna have to like live in trees and like stay away from, like, this is gonna be bad for everyone. And so in that way they kind of have to sequester themselves, and so they're definitely not put in like a master race position, even though that is basically what they are in Tolkien's canon. Like they're literally, I think they are literally like made by, it's like God isn't God, but there's a guy who's just God. And elves are basically angels, but they're not angels because they're people, so they're basically just like the race of people created by God, which is...
Gandalf is like the angel, and then elves are probably like the first whatevers,
Yeah, that is...
and lower than that, like humans.
Yeah. I don't know enough about Tolkien to, because it's difficult, because I think that at the time he was creating it, he didn't have the kind of, like, we have a kind of breadth to critique things that he didn't, so a lot of stuff comes from him being English and Christian, and it comes, like, loaded with a lot of stuff.
He was also in the trenches of World War One, probably, right?
Yeah. So a lot of his... a lot of stuff is coming through him, like, by way of Christianity and by way of being English, in a way that... Because I know that one thing he wanted to do when he was making his, like, Middle-earth mythology is, Norse mythology, like, they had their own mythology, and it existed, England did not have that mythology, so he was trying to create that, but in a way that also was infused with Christianity.
Now, what show is that other one from? So I don't think I've seen that one.
Yeah, it's also hello, Neff, and thank you. Yeah, I can't remember when Viggo Mortensen played Lucifer, but that would definitely qualify. Honestly, Viggo Mortensen is just a baddie whenever. And so you are correct in that. So someone being hot is very much fundamental to what's going on. Oh, thank you. I forgot about that. I remember watching
Walken.
The Prophecy with Christopher Walken. But I didn't. Like, I didn't really put in my brain. I have like a mental list of things Viggo Mortensen have been in, and they're definitely all post Lord of the Rings. But so we're specifically, this is a series that I'm preparing to do, called Baddiest Baddies, which will be, basically a tournament of, like, villains who are, villains who are baddies. What were you gonna say,
Argon
Colin?
really was Lucifer at some point. Walken was Gabriel in that movie? Dang, I need to watch this movie.
I know I've seen it, but like forever ago.
I've never seen it.
But specifically, can I enlarge this? No, I can't. But baddies are specifically like villains who are, I mean, it's like villains who are serving, but at the same time, it's like specifically a flavor of villain where, I mean, yeah, it's just villains serving villainy, but also being hot. Because like, you can't just be, like, you can be evil and, you know, an interesting evil character, but they have to be, they just villains who are serving. Yes, I was thinking that camp literally, so certain media properties, I'll show the Word document that I've got here. But this is just a, where's my, all my stupid.
I would just watch any Christopher Walken movie.
Is this?
Especially if it's new to me.
Why? Yeah, that is a perfect example, Neff. That is absolutely. The difference between Scar and Frollo is 100% correct.
Jeremy Irons?
So right now we have, because there's so many comic book characters who work that I have, shoot, the music. Where'd my list go? So we have we have X-Men, just specifically X-Men. But for comic book movie villains, I figured that there's enough that it's worth just doing comic book movie villains. And so we have categories for like comic book movie villains or X-Men. Tim Curry is getting his own category. There will be an Apex Tim Curry baddie. My personal vote is for Hexus from Fern Gully. But if it's not, it's almost certainly going to be Dr. Frankenfurter, and that is perfectly valid. But I'm hard for like hard in the camp of Hexus. But we have.
I thought you were gonna say you were hard for Tim Curry. You're just like hard. I'm like, are you just gonna say it?
I was trying not to. I said it like 5 times, and I was just like, please.
You did. It was way too obvious, my dear.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me. I swear I have my Tim Curry list. My lists are a mess at this point, but I swear I have. Yes. So for Tim Curry, I have Hexus, Dr. Frankenfurter, Darkness from Legend, Long John Silver from the Muppets, Treasure Island.
Oh yes, the Muppets, Muppet Treasure Island. Okay, I do.
I mean, yes, right?
That's my second favorite Muppets movie.
That is my favorite Muppets movie because of him. Damn. Anyways, continue with your list. Sorry.
And then so I have a couple. I was adding everything I could think of, and I've narrowed it down to 6 because it could be 8 if I needed it to be, for like bracketing or whatever. But then it's also the butler from Clue, and
Yes.
he plays a character in The Worst Witch. Does anyone remember The Worst Witch?
Oh,
Nope.
eons ago. I remember what he's wearing, but I don't know the context of the show.
That's absolutely correct. Yes, that memory that you have is the memory that I think everyone has. Who I say
Like,
The Worst Witch.
wait, what is this show? I don't know.
Yeah.
He was wearing this. Oh,
Yeah.
what was that show about?
Yeah. But I also have. I mean, he's Pennywise, but Pennywise murders children, so that's a no. That's just a no. But also,
What about the hotel guy from Home Alone 2?
Yeah, I was thinking either him from Home Alone 2, but I thought it would be funny as a pull. So the bad guy from Monk, there's a recurring villain named Dale the Whale.
Yes.
And one time in one episode, he is played by Tim Curry. And
He
I just
did.
thought-
I love that.
And I just thought it would be funny, just to have it, just to have this.
Just a random. Here he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that episode. I was just like, okay, watching my show. Do. Wait. What? Why is Tim Curry here? Well, I'm like looking around, like, what is going on? This is not that type of show, but I'm like, but it is in a sense. Interesting.
Oh, there he is.
I
Yeah.
love him.
So he's at
Yeah, he 100% his own category. Honestly, you could do all of those. If it makes it an even number, yeah.
Yeah. Because I could add the hotel manager, I guess, from Home Alone 2, and then if I can think of one more, which I'm sure, honestly, he voiced a villain in Brutal Legend, which is a video game, and the design for I can't remember, just look it up. I can just throw them on
Just
there and
look
then
up
have
Tim
10.
Curry movies and you'll go, something.
Thank you. Concierge, yes. Where's the... Here we go. This villain is voiced by Tim Curry. And so I could just throw him on there, and that would be 10. 10 for Tim Curry. I'm struggling to fill out some categories, and Tim Curry can just get his own. But yeah, we've got Tim Curry. Tim Curry's all settled. But other things, because I came up with a bunch of characters. I'll write them down. I was talking this out with Amy, and we came up with. There's actually a lot of like baddies in Pokemon, design-wise. Like obviously, Pokemon is like made for kids. A lot of the people are just dumb. But design-wise, we have Lysander and Lucamine. Like, just in Pokemon Sun and Moon alone. Let me... Don't really have... I'm looking for, like...
I feel like you just throw people from the same artists. It's their own separate category.
That's valid.
Like the person who designed Lucamine, basically, also the G-Quox person, right?
I can't really think of anyone in G-Quox who would qualify specifically, though. But I agree. But I mean, the thing, I see your logic, but I cannot put these two women, like, both of these women deserve their chance. And honestly, if I have to pick one, I'm going with Olivia. And she doesn't have that much. She's literally just a woman who is the equivalent of a gym leader in the Sun and Moon Pokemon setting.
Bang, Cat, you really need that block.
Shoot.
George Lopez show. It's been a while since I watched that.
Thank you. I move that. There we go. This is Olivia, and this is Lusamine. Lusamine is great, and she's a fun villain. I'm enamored with this woman. And she's just like a small business owner. She's just like doing her own thing. But I just like, there's just something about this woman that's like, if there is a category I want to make, it's basically just like handles their shit. It's just like put together. It's just like, you can't get them off their game. They're just always on their A game. They're just always, there's beautiful disaster people who are just an absolute like flaming tornado of a person. And then there's people who are just the most competent, the most put together. Hang on, this is the funniest thing. I need to...
Okay. Dang. So artist that designed Olivia was not the same one as Lusamine.
Oh. This is so... I have... I mean, it's just Crispin Glover, but like... I have... Crispin Glover is just...
That's the Titanic guy?
Thank you, Neff. I am so glad that you know what this is, and because it's such a, he's just there. It's the Charlie's Angels movie, and he's just a guy who says almost nothing, but good God, he's so good. He's so good. It's so good. He doesn't even have a name. He's just the Thin Man, but he's so good. He's so good.
Not the guy from Titanic.
No, this is Crispin Glover. Which guy from Titanic? Billy Zane?
What I know this guy from, Cat?
He was Marty McFly's dad in Back to the Future. He's also in Willard. What else would you know Crispin Glover from? He's done a lot of stuff. But yeah, he's this look, like there's nothing, it's like the most like there's nothing extra here. There's nothing to this character but the look, the vibe, and the delivery. It's like there's no like person here. There's nothing deeper to be interested in. He's just the style, the fit, it's just so perfect. It's so perfectly, it is what it is and nothing else. It's serving and it's perfect and it's very one-dimensional. It hits on the note. It's pitch perfect. It is not a symphony. It is not a conversation. It's not a long, deep, thoughtful dialogue. It's just this. It's just the look and the vibe, and it's perfect. And I love him, and I loved him since the instant I saw him. And he's a perfect example of like a very, like, he does what he does. He's just good at what he does, and like that's it, kind of. And I want to put for people like him I just want to have because the list is both for famous, like Darth Vader is a cool look, but I wouldn't really call him a baddie because for many, there's just a lot of, you could call him
He
a
also
baddie,
murdered
I
kids.
guess. That's true. But probably from like the first Star Wars movie. Like Vader is a look.
First
That's true.
chronologically or first release date wise?
Oh, release date wise, A New Hope. Like when he first just enters onto the scene and he's like choking people with the Force. That's a really cool swag guy. But the more the more things get fleshed out, the more you understand that there's a lot, you know, the more you understand that he is not just a costume. He's not really a baddie. Although I will say one of my favorite moments of a villain ever is when it's in the oh god, what's it called? Why am I blank? The Empire Strikes Back. He's like sitting in a weird booth and talking with the Emperor, and his like helmet is off, and you just see the back of his head, and it's just this beautifully shot scene where he's like having a conversation, engaging with this shadowy figure, and you just see a brief glimpse of his like bone white skin, and it's really, really cool. Oh my god, Neff, I forgot about that. That is... Yeah, I forgot about that he makes his cape blowing with the... That's... Yeah, that's absolutely... It's so funny how the Star Wars extended... Like, Star Wars... Like, George Lucas's Star Wars is a thing. And then when you let other people get involved in it... There's... Because George Lucas has a sense of humor. And he's a playful person, but there really is like a extended media properties. The further things are out of his hands, the more you get different flavors of things. And also, I would say Davy Jones is technically a Disney villain. Oh, but back to...
I mean, Cat, there's literally a whole gotcha game franchise, Disney actual official property called Twisted Wonderland, where they just turn all the villains into actual baddies.
I have been considering playing that. If I had infinite time, I'd already be playing that.
Infinite time and infinite money.
That too. But like, I haven't even started it.
You shouldn't really fall for the gotcha trap. Just mention it just so you know it exists.
You could... Yeah, I mean, there's an argument to be made for Vader, and I also want to do Asajj Ventress, because she is perfect.
Oh, you got cut off. Who did you just said?
Oh,
Also
shoot.
want who now?
It's my... Is it Ventress Asajj or Asajj Ventress? I don't know the... Ventress, the,
Clone Wars
Sith.
evil lady?
Yeah. I would...
3 a.m. I can't spell.
That's perfectly valid. Yeah, I
Okay,
can't
Google
remember.
knew what I meant.
But I want...
It's not like that.
Yeah. I want... I mean, I could just do... Because honestly, you know what? I know that, like, Boba Fett is probably one of the most, like... I mean, he's gotten tons of development, but, like, in terms of introduction on screen and then dying... In terms of showing up on screen in Empire and then dying in Return of the Jedi. He's nothing, but then he's been made into more. Just the look is just. He counts. I could literally do Star Wars. Count Dooku, absolutely. Honestly, Christopher Lee in anything is his best baddie energy.
It's Dracula. How could you not? You know?
Yeah. I could go. You might have to go a bit deep, but it would be fun to do Star Wars.
Does that mean Liam Neeson in the first Batman Begins? We throw that one.
I mean, he is bad and he is hot. He's not especially competent. I mean, he is good at fighting. Batman couldn't actually beat him in a proper fight.
Kind of don't remember what his whole plot was. He wants to blow up Gotham City for reasons?
Yeah, he wanted Gotham to destroy itself with like a fear toxin. Rather than Batman saving Gotham, he wanted to like make Gotham destroy itself and then rebuild itself from the ashes.
See, the only thing I really remember from Batman Begins was like the dumb plot twist where it's like, aha, you racist prick. You thought I was Asian because my name was Raj Al Ghul.
Yeah.
So they killed the random Asian guy.
Yeah.
What? I don't remember that whatsoever. Damn.
Yeah, well, honestly, like people criticized The Dark Knight Rises when it came out. People realized it wasn't great, but rewatching Batman Begins, like, the trilogy did not start off great, and also like The Dark Knight has great moments, but it's about as uneven and messy as the other three. It just, the highs are much higher. Also, yes, Cillian Murphy is always a whole thing.
I think Dark Knight just has the deepest message, if you could call it that, compared to the rest. But, you know, me being the weirdo, I just remembered like the one scene where he didn't have his glove when he was being Batman. First time watching it, my eyes were drawn to it, and I'm like, why does he not have a glove? His fingerprints are everywhere now.
Yeah, I haven't seen Dark Knight in a while. Hans Zimmer is often the best thing in the movies that he shows up in.
The problem was he was too good, and then like for that couple of years, we just kept hearing from him.
Yeah, he's definitely one of those like, he has good ideas and no one else does, and so everyone's just like, I have a good idea. Let's get someone who's good at their job to do that job for us. It's like, he just makes music. You can do that too. It's like, no, we'll just get this guy. We'll just copy.
And I feel like
this guy.
Nolan just made him do all his movies for a while.
Yeah, although Hans Zimmer has done a lot of stuff. It's just I think that Nolan has worked very consistently with Zimmer. I don't know if he's done.
Nolan's like, okay, I'm making like 5 movies in this 2 years. Need you. Zimmer's like, all right, fine.
So let's see. We've got. Oh yeah, I need to. Is Pokemon...
He did Mission Impossible 2, apparently.
Really? I do not remember a single music track from that.
Just think of the Mission Impossible thing, you know. Dun 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 dun.
Yeah.
Did the Lego movie too. Dang, this guy is everywhere.
Yeah, he really has done a lot. That is true. Yeah, I think Danny Elfman and Tim Burton are probably.
If someone told me they're secretly the same person, I would believe that. That's how together they are.
Yeah, that's very true. So that's 6. Like I have 6. I mean,
You're gonna put that Genesis guy. What about his son N?
you could. I feel like N isn't actually bad though. It's like he's like your real rival in that game. You have friends who are your rivals technically, but then you have N who's the kind of antagonist, but really he's the actual rival.
But
Like
he got on a roller coaster. No, I know. Ferris wheel ride with you.
I did think about putting N on there. Honestly, I could just put him on there just to have him there. But I feel like he's not really... I mean, I'll just put him on there to see how many we can get for Pokemon itself.
I feel like in the past new entries, big bads were not really there that often. Actually, Gen 9. Like, oh, plot twist, the professors are evil, but like you know, in 2 minutes of it.
Yeah, they've definitely been... It's been a weird kind of... Because, like, they were experimenting with things in the past. I feel like... I don't know, it feels like... It's less like they're branching out and trying new things, and more like they're running out of ideas, and just not willing to do the exact same thing over and over, but, like... They aren't really committing to anything. Yeah, it's hard to...
There's full of baddies from the new anime with the new cast that's not Ash.
Yeah, I was thinking that I could look into the anime more. I almost exclusively am familiar with the games.
Most of the time, you could just transfer the characters over. 'Cause, you know, it's just Ash, but in the game. But the new one is just a completely new story, so can't do it for that. Lusamine, definitely a different character in the anime. Kind of got rid of all the villainous aspect. She's just a quirky mom.
I wanted to watch the Sun and Moon anime. It looked super cute. Her daughter's name is Lily, right? I'm not misremembering.
Something like that.
I can't remember, but I really liked. You play an unspeaking protagonist, and when they have an actual character with personality, it was fun to follow her, and get in the bag. Nebby was
Literally all I can remember from her.
Yeah. She had a really cute design, and she was she had actual feelings and was a person, and it was just nice to have someone caring and reacting to things and speaking for themselves.
Only plot I remember from her is that my mother dresses me.
Yeah.
Have no choices of my own, blah blah blah.
The worst part about that is I love her design because her kids look like Ultra Beasts, and then they just give her a ponytail and school clothes, and her design has so much less personality, and it's like my mom dresses me, and then she doesn't anymore, and she dresses herself, and it's okay, you just look like a girl with a ponytail now. Before you had a really cute dress and hat, and you also look like the fun Ultra Beast that's a jellyfish that looks like it would dance, but it doesn't.
Really just outright said, Lily, you're drip. Did you choose for yourself socks? Don't get dressed by your mom again.
I know, I feel so bad about it. But then she doesn't really have any character, like her character development ends when she's like, my mom made me wear these clothes and I don't like them. And then she just wears them like whatever clothes, and then she just stops being a person or character.
Yeah, but that's because the game's very rushed, and then they want us to play Ultra Sun and Moon. That's literally the same game with like
Yeah,
more of the stuff that they cut out that they didn't have time for. But like, I want to really pay $60 to get literally the same game but better.
yeah. No, I did, and I was super disappointed. I was so underwhelmed with Sun and Moon, but also loved enough of it that I'm like, yeah, I really, really wanted Ultra Sun and Moon to give more, and they're two games that add up to like one game, and was quite disappointing. I love some
There's-
of Sun and Moon though.
This whole thing that they never addressed that really annoyed the hell out of me with the island thing with the mini games that like we used to increase the EVs on our Pokemon.
Mm-hmm.
Like that bad guy is like her husband, and like he never answered. Why was he there? Why doesn't he go back?
Oh yeah, the island, whatever, I can't remember what it's called. But yeah,
The whole reason why she went crazy was because something exploded and he went missing, and I'm like, okay, so this whole thing could have been resolved if this fat guy went home.
yeah, it makes no sense. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't remember Guzma's deal. I just remember him teaming up with Lusamine, and I liked their dynamic of him being earnest and stupid, but also like not being evil enough to match her. Like he couldn't match her freak in the end, and is like, I like that he's just kind of.
The whole thing is that he wanted to be good, but he wasn't good. Like being good as in skill-wise.
Yeah,
He did the whole trials and things. He failed. He
yeah,
decided to be bad, ruin things for other people, and then when Lusamine says like, "You want to be my enforcer," he'd be like, "Hell yeah, you're hot, and I want to be accepted for something." Was all for that, but then after he loses to us, the main character, the main character, she just
Yeah.
tosses him aside.
yeah. I honestly like. Pokemon is weird in that as the way that they focus, because you don't like kill people because it's Pokemon combat. A lot of the times it's like very character. Like literally, your story in like Pokemon in Red and Blue, it's just you and your rival going back and forth, and just fighting each other. The whole thing is just like a story of how your encounters and his motivation and your motivation, and it isn't like, I'll stop you from destroying this kingdom and you're a bad person. It's like, hey dude, good to see you again. We're fighting here, and it's literally just human interactions with no stakes other than what the people are invested in, and to me that makes like gym leaders are a great example of like, I just do this, and it's like, you're so passionate that you dedicate your life to like training with fire type Pokemon or flying type Pokemon, and it's like seeing people in their element doing their own thing, as opposed to like somebody who wants to like kill somebody or has to fight to survive. It's just like, I'm at work and I love doing what I do. I always want to know more about those people. I always want to get a better sense of those people, and I feel like Larry is the only person that they've ever like given us enough of a sense of a person of like, this is this person's deal. There you go. Everyone else is like, you get a lot of character, but like ultimately the Pokemon combat doesn't. It's like the battling and the character moments don't really enhance each other. And
It's
I
because
feel
it's a
like
kids game. They can't make it too challenging.
yeah, yeah. I just wish that, and maybe
And
the
Gen
anime.
9's DLC is the closest thing we get to it.
Hmm.
It sucks because we have to pay for that. I'm not paying an extra $30 for DLC to actually play a challenging game for Pokemon.
Yeah, Pokemon's in a weird spot right now, but also I'm more optimistic than I've been in a while because they're actually doing stuff that I want them to be doing.
It's like gym leaders, right? It's like, oh yeah, have a Lucario. It's at level 40 something. It'll just have the 4 moves that it'll learn by level 40 something, right? Not really any change moves. At the very least, they should at least have an optimal moveset, right?
Yeah, that's always been I genuinely think the reason why it's like that is because, like, do they ever? I feel like maybe for like Elite Four sometimes, but I feel like a lot of the time it's just like for programming, it's just like this Pokemon is at this level and it knows these moves, and like almost every battle is that. They just don't like design the fights almost ever.
Only the newer games, like it didn't do well, but Gen 4 remix, yeah, that one counts because then, like I said, Gen 9 DLC. Haven't played Gen 8, so can't say much about that one. And then for the DS era, a lot of the post-game fights would have like custom movesets that's not just, you know, that level, but the latest 4 moves. Okay, they did with patches update. What's that Pokemon called again?
Which Pokemon?
V-Sharp's evolution.
King's Gambit?
Yes, because one of the Elite Four people has that on. I think it's a champion too. Has it on her team, and like when we were playing it, she throws that out like second or third Pokemon when its ability is like, for every ally that dies, that thing gets stronger, and I'm always like, you do not throw that out like as her second Pokemon. That's like waste of its ability. But after we beat the game, at some point they did patch it to like she saves that for last. Just thinking like, that should have been something they should have thought of in like when they released the game, you know?
Yeah. So I came up with so my issue. I was trying to come up with RPG characters because I figured I could just like with Pokemon. It's like I didn't think that I would come up with with enough to just have Pokemon. But for RPGs, I mean, hang on. I'll have to. Everyone, you can have. This is for everyone. There's.
You just want RPG baddies? I mean, there's always the classic Sephiroth.
Yeah. Dang it, I keep forgetting. I don't usually stream this long and it's impacting my brain. I'm a little slow managing stuff on stream.
I'm glad you had a brain. I did not start with one. Oh.
But Arden Azunia is... I like him.
My alarm.
Ooh.
The
yeah,
from
that guy.
Final Fantasy 15.
Homeless guy.
Yeah, homeless daddy. He's very high on my list.
Homeless daddy. Sorry, this just. I understand other ones, and then all of a sudden.
Cat and Amy has a thing for homeless baddies.
Look, well, I mean, it's scruffiness. There's an appeal to scruffiness. But he is
yeah,
just...
I do like the scruff on a.
He's just... He's just good.
Heisenberg, yeah, he's pretty cool. Amy, do you have a list of hot homeless dudes from games and movies? Like, just send me the list, DM it. I'm just curious at this point. I don't like big bats that look like humans in RPGs, but like, what was that guy from Chrono Trigger? The
I've never actually finished Chrono Trigger. I played it
Where's my gloves?
as a kid and never finished it.
like this blue dude with a scythe and a cape and shirtless. Designed by Toriyama.
Minutes.
Oh, this guy?
In that group shot picture, bottom left. With the scythe, yes.
Yeah, I don't know anything about him. I remember the frog. I love this
Don't
robot.
eat my mic, girl. Say hello. No.
Trying to think of...
No, you're just gonna eat my mic? No, you can't do that. I know you're hungry.
Sorry, feed your cats.
It's midnight.
I searched Pyramid Head, and many of the pictures that came up were immediately blurred.
Oh yeah. We have one of the last conventions I went to years ago had a pyramid head, and she was in a bikini. She was hot.
Yeah, that's
I
the
even told her
thing.
so, and she posed for me. I think I have a photo somewhere.
Nico, in all my years of going to conventions, there's always a sexy pyramid head.
Yeah, I feel like, on the one hand, like, it's so hard to, 'cause, like, there are characters that are just, like, if you know about them or think about them at all, it's like, no, like, Pyramid Head is just bad and wrong, but also, if you don't think about it, yeah.
I mean, you also just have to remember we're kind of detaching from the fact of, like, all the stuff that they've done. Like, we're mentioning it, but we're also like...
Yeah.
Pyramid Head never did anything bad per se.
Well, yeah, but that's because Pyramid Head is like a weird kind of like, it's just like because like Pyramid Head never did anything bad specifically because technically Pyramid Head doesn't really like exist. Everything is just a metaphor, kind of. So
It's more like for us to see Pyramid Head, we have to be a bad person.
yeah, it's hard to it is hard to, because, well, basically my thought is like, regardless of what you want to say about Pyramid Head the character and like yes or no, should or shouldn't, he belongs on the list. I think he earns a spot on the list of baddies because he's another one of those characters that there's like,
I do.
there's no dimension to him other than he's hot and there's a vibe. Oh, hello, Douglas. If you're talking, we can't hear you.
You're muted.
You're muted. That's okay.
Hello. Sorry
Hello.
about that.
Hi. It's okay.
Nice.
We can hear you now.
I was trying to get my volume settings the way I wanted them to be.
Okay. I only saw your message like over an hour after you sent it because I've been like trying. This is the first time in a while I've done like a just chatting stream, and I'm like trying to manage the.
Oh,
I
yeah?
just was not paying attention to anything else.
Nah, it's all good. I finished up the piece I was working on. Finally.
Very nice.
And, so I figured I'd come see what the discussion was all about.
Yeah. So I'll pull this Word document that I have, put it on screen. Sorry, Arden Azunia. We'll get back to you later.
I should mention regarding the there's always a sexy pyramid head at the con. I was the sexy pyramid head at the cons that I went to. I had a scratch built pyramid head costume when I was in college.
That's fun.
It unfortunately has not survived, but
Yeah.
I can probably find pictures.
Cool.
Did someone just crack open a cold one?
Yeah, that was me. Sorry.
No, that was a crisp, like, opening. I was impressed by it.
It's a Sprite Zero Sugar. They're quite crisp.
So just in case there's anyone new or else, I mean, Douglas is here who's new, but anyone else, what we're doing here is it's basically a Hot or Not, but it's a Hot or Not tournament, but it's just for villains. And it's ultimately like, I need to
So I see there's like categories.
yes. So the idea is it happens. There will
I heard
be
Amy say Seymour.
Yeah, Amy has interjected with Seymour.
Seymour from
10?
From FF10, I believe.
Oh, I haven't played enough Final Fantasy.
He's like basically.
Oh,
He's kind of like the pain in your ass, like BBEG for most of the game.
sleazy
Protocol.
Pope kind of figure.
but yeah, that's a yes. That's a yes for me. But yeah, so the idea here is we're going
Also-
to be. Oh, sorry, what were we saying?
Cat, when is it a no? Because most of these have all been yeses from you. The question
mean-
is, what is a no?
But yeah, but that's because
It's
these are
very subjective.
these are like pre-curated. These are other people saying like they're like would or maybe would. Look, there aren't many characters designed by Tetsuya Nomura that are like. I mean, it's a Nomura design. If we're, this hair makes no sense, and it is appallingly stupid, and also the color scheme is a little meh. But like, if somebody like this came up to me in real life and was like, "Hey, what's up?" I would be into.
Want to join my church? Slash cult.
I've always felt like his design was meant to like ooze decadence.
Yeah, it definitely has. It has kind of a like it's Nomura like line, like the pretty, the clean and pretty look that Nomura has, but also it has this sort of Amano like nonsense pretty visual to like, I don't know what I'm looking at, but it's pretty. I could definitely see Amano doing something with this. This is like Amano by way of Nomura, and I could totally see a Nomura by way of Amano that would also look like this. Oh, but this
We're
is
just gonna throw every Kingdom Hearts character on this list too, then.
I mean, every Kingdom Hearts character is pretty because Nomura's art style is very pretty, but like they're all underaged, I think. And also,
You get a lot of repeats too.
yeah, you could go for the, what's his name, Xehanort, like his like council of people. Some of those are yeses from me, like Axel. There's probably like 2 or 3. Actually, what are they called?
Organization 13?
Thank you. Organization 13, yeah. Oh, let me...
And we're talking Xehanort, well, like... It's like 5 of them, and then the other 4 that's not old is called Dark and Handsome. Yeah, Ansem, that's his other name.
So, on the left, yes. Maybe...
Don't even remember who that Ansem is called, the one all the way on the left.
Yeah, but that, yes, that's like if Sephiroth was more sexy. I don't even know how to, like, I don't even have words. That man is very sexy.
Tan skin, silver hair is a plus for Cat. I'm gonna make note of that.
Oh yeah, he's basically everything I'm seeing here is a yes from me, except for the zipper chain. The whole thing is
Say
a zipper.
the
clothes
book
look
guy.
silly, but
Book guy looks a bit too young.
which
Instead of
Oh,
saying
yeah.
Sephiroth, say Sexaroth.
I mean, the book guy looks young, but this is like for what is like, it's hard to tell. Book guy looks young, but also compared to Roxas, who I know is actually young. Like this, I mean, this is one of those characters where it's like could be 20, could be 50, but this guy I'm assuming is like actually 50. But then this guy could be like, it's hard to tell. But like, yes, 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 and yes. So it's like about half. Well, it's 13, but
I don't even remember all these guys' names.
me
I
neither.
think the guy with the kunine, whatever, is Demix.
Silver hair, blue hair, red hair,
Axel's easy, because it's Axel,
Right.
the most popular one.
pink hair.
Guy all the way to
and
the left, the really hot one, I don't even remember his name.
George Michael, blonde George Michael. This
Someone
guy's a
says
maybe,
Zigbar.
but I'm getting like a hard like. This is a guy like.
Is there more to
This-
this picture? Is
No, this is everybody.
oh, that can't be right. There's like 13 people in it. That's why it's called Organization 13.
Yeah, I'll find a different one. But this guy gives me like has opinions on every Republican president vibes. Like,
Just casually drop something racist. It's proud of that
Exactly.
opinion.
Yeah, it's hard to tell with this guy. Eye patch and scar is a fun look, and so he scores higher than a lot of the more generic designs, but the energy he's bringing is yeah, not so much.
And he uses guns, I think. Which is weird, because he only got one eye. You know, you'd think one eye guy would not be the sniper, but... Oh, wait.
No. That they would have pretty good view of that.
Well, welcome back, Nif, and thank you. Yeah, Venom is dead. The reason why I put Venom, the reason why I simplified, like, the reason why the symbiote, or symbiotes, and Eddie Brock are all kind of like, we're in there together, is specifically because of how long things have been, because, well, for the Tom Hardy movie, Eddie Brock Venom is one particular thing, and then I could have done like specifically symbiotes or Eddie Brock, but yeah, there's a lot of yeah, Tom Hardy's Venom is good for old Eddie, but also perfect for, because not every Venom is like bisexual disaster man. Tom Hardy's Venom is like the epitome of the people see goopy tentacle scary monster man, muscular monster man, and are like, oh yes, that is for me. And eventually they figured that out and they made Venom for us. They eventually figured out who is into Venom, who are the Venom appreciators in the world. They eventually figured that out and made Venom that. But yeah, it's sort of a Venom has been many things. Like, it's true of a lot of, even some like particular, aside from the fact that Venom is Venom and people who are not Venom but are fused with Venom are then called Venom. So then Venom is two people at any given time, but also different versions of those people under different writers and under different continuities. Like, that's a lot of variations to stuff. Looking at these pictures, I feel the same way.
I haven't really given the symbiote personality until recently. Like, has to be like 2000s and up.
Yeah, no, I agree, Neff. That's there's I mean,
There's actually 14 people.
You definitely did more work than I did for researching that, because I've been trying to. I'm at this point I'm trying to cut things down, and so doing more research would just add to the list. When I know Venom, when I have Venom, it's like, oh, other symbiotes. It's like, no, we're not going to cover other symbiotes or other people, because we need to narrow things down to, is it comic book characters? Because like,
you can narrow it down to got to be Venom for more than a year to count.
Yeah, you could do that. Or you could also
I'll make it easier.
Yeah. But I think by making comic book movie villains their own thing, well, I think what we could do, I could narrow it down to maybe X-Men gets its own thing, but I think if we do comic book movie villains and then maybe Marvel DC, I feel like if we have to, that would give us enough specific categories. Because the point here is to get enough winners in their own categories to take them to the finals bracket. And you don't want to have, like, if you have
question. Sorry to interrupt, but where'd you put Lord Zed from Power Rangers?
That's a tough one. he's got a sense of humor that tips him over into the positive category. But
If you think about it, there's not that much evil things he actually did. He fought the Power Rangers a few times, but the only thing he really did was take away the Green Ranger powers, right?
Yeah, he's I'm not. God, I can't remember too much. It's so honestly, I would. So the things that a person does on their own matters, but also like if you are associated with, like him being associated with Rita means that those, you know, even if he didn't do those things, like if he didn't mind control someone, he's still closely associated with someone who did, and so that kind of
Guilty by association.
yeah, it's minus points. It's not minus as many points, but it
But
still
he was the one who
counts.
got mind controlled into marrying her.
I forgot about that.
So generally speaking, how broad are these categories?
It's literally anything that is like anything that's like fun to have a category for. But anything that I can come up with 4 good anywhere between 4 to 8 good contestants, minimum of 4. If we reach 8, we're done. Although I have some with 10, I might narrow those down to 8.
Just had another thought, Cat. Myotismon from Digimon.
Yeah, I see. That's the thing. I was thinking, like specifically monsters like Myotismon. I mean, Medusa isn't specifically a monster, but and then Pyramid Head could technically, because like Pyramid Head isn't really he's a humanoid, but he's technically a monster. There could just be a category for monsters. Myotismon would go in there. Who else? I mean, Dracula would obviously go there. I do, yeah, you know what? If Dracula needs his own category, that's a good
We're
question.
gonna have like a Dracula category.
Oh my god, you're right.
David Jones from Pirates of the Caribbean.
Common, you're right. We do need just a category for Draculas.
I was thinking earlier that
something like
Tentacle-faced
Panda.
Davy Jones might be a good one.
There's too
Category
many
for
hot
tentacle
Draculas.
faces.
Sorry, what did you say?
Dracula's almost by default hot.
Mm-hmm.
But no, apparently Amy and I had both been thinking about. Oh, had you? Okay. Yeah, the tentacle face Davy Jones.
Mm-hmm.
Do we get a tentacle face category?
If you can think of 4.
I feel like that's a slur tentacle face category.
Yeah. There's mind flayers as like general like D&D villains.
True. Is there like a particular? I mean, you could.
Cat, you did sleep with the Emperor in
What
Baldur's
about
Gate.
look up here? I'll spell it, or send it to you so you can spell it.
The Emperor.
Ingarl Gene Stealers.
I mean, the Emperor could count because like Mind Flayers is bad. They're technically like they get extra swag points. Like they basically enslave people. And so they would just be a hard no right off the bat. But for being weird tentacle monsters, you have to kind of, you can't just throw them out. You have to like, what does it mean for a squiggly tentacle monster to be?
They're more of a hive mind kind of thing instead of straight up enslaving, I guess. Kind of like the Zergs. Oh my lord. Queen of Blades from StarCraft. Kerrigan.
Yeah,
Quick cat, search up Starcraft Kerrigan.
It's a StarCraft what?
Kerrigan, the Queen of Blades, the Zerglin lady.
Oh. Yeah. Oh my god, yeah. That's... yes. I forgot about her. Damn, there's just so many. I might have to do a second research stream. I figured I was like finalizing stuff, but we're getting the deep pulls and like yes.
I'm gonna have to do some thinking, but I could probably come up with a decent list of good like 40k villains.
That would be
Like
perfect.
real villainy type villains.
Her self-styled
Isn't almost
queen
every one of the
was
blades.
top of my list.
She calls herself the Queen of Blades. That's just yes.
Smoky little bastard.
I mean, I guess we could put her, for now I'll put her in the monster category.
Has tentacles, blades, psychic powers. It was technically naked the whole time.
I mean, that's just a flex. How do we feel about xenomorphs?
Not for me.
I mean, I personally wouldn't, but I definitely like get the appeal.
I mean, you could do a monster one, like monsters, aliens.
Anything that makes my insides explode, not in the fun way, is the no. Is a no. You know, I want a literal explosion of my guts.
Yeah, it's hugging my face with the wrong parts.
For the purpose of categorization, I'm gonna put down the xenomorph queen.
Provided that the predator wears the mask. I think if it looked me dead in the eyes with the fucking mandible face, I would probably die of a heart attack.
Okay, Dougal, well, you think about it this way: look down at the thighs and the stockings. You know, the net stockings.
Yeah, I would have to keep my eyes somewhere else.
The
Or-
predator literally came to kill you in fishnets. They have to go on the list.
I like the face. I just don't know if I could like, do the job while looking at it.
Look, remember Scary Movie? It's always a paper bag. I don't know which scary movie it was, but
You don't have to be facing them.
Also true. Good point.
what wasn't one of the dudes at the end of the movie just the ghost be like wearing a paper bag, kind of hole in the middle, or the mouth, or something? Such a memorable scene to me.
Which movie are we talking about?
Scary Movie.
Oh, okay. It's been a long time since I saw that. I thought you were talking about one of the Alien movies or one of the Predator movies.
Hey, I
Yeah.
mean that would be a very crazy movie where someone just takes that xenomorph queen. It's like, here, put on this paper bag now. Can be a blowjob. Like what?
You see him just like drag out. It looks like a big like brown sheet. And just like unfurl it, and it's this giant paper bag that just settles over the xenomorph head.
Okay, so I have an important question. I mean, it's not so much important as it is
Yes?
Potentially opinions could be. I keep forgetting that I'm turning this off. So I've added Bowser from Super Mario.
Classic.
And on the one hand, he's definitely, if we give like cartoon vibe characters, they have to operate within certain limitations, you could consider him a baddie. Because he's swag, he's got vibes, he's there. But
Which game was
also,
it with the little hat that turns him into like a lady?
Oh my
It's
god.
not just an internet meme, I don't remember.
Thank you.
Yeah,
That is
Bowsette.
an internet meme. That is, yeah. So the story behind that is very simple. Oh god, what's her name? Toadette got a hat that turned her into Princess Peach, and they called her Peachette. And so they just turned Bowser into Princess Peach and called her Bowsette.
Yeah, like I don't think it was
That's
ever
it.
canonical, right?
No. Peachette is canonical. Bowsette was just a thing that fan art drew.
Live.
There was so much of it that
everybody.
I legit thought it was a real thing for a while.
Yeah. It's a good thing, but it is not a real canon thing. And honestly, it's the 1-2 punch of Bowser and Bowsette is too funny. It has to go on there.
I have a suggestion for the anime and manga category since it seems empty right now.
It is.
I would submit Millions Knives from Trigun.
Yes.
But also less specifically any of the Gung Ho Guns, specifically from the manga.
Knives and not Legato or whatever.
Yeah, I was about to say Legato.
He was part of the Gung Ho Guns.
Yeah. Yeah. That's tricky because a lot of them. There's just like with Trigun, a lot of them have that kind of like smoldering kind of. Aside from Vash, when it's just he's a big silly idiot. Everyone else has that kind of like Wolfwood is just like that man posed with the cross is definitely, it's like that's the vibe. That's it. That is that perfectly encapsulates the vibe.
If you haven't read it, Kat, I highly recommend reading the manga, especially when Naitao goes and continues it in Trigun Maximum, because the Gung Ho Guns get fleshed out in a way that they didn't get a chance to explore in the anime, and there's some new characters brought in, and oh my god, it gets good.
I'll have to check that out. Yeah, because it's dang, yeah, Trigun just has so many people with that kind of like, and it's funny because it's also like a Western vibe. When you mix anime and Western, you just get a lot of like quiet, smoldering people looking cool, and it's like, yeah, that is just like that's
Apparently, Legato is not part of the Gun Hold Guns, but he's like their manager.
Legato Blue Summers.
He's like their manager apparently.
Refer to him as part of the Gung Ho Guns. He is like their manager. He's like their face, essentially.
Yeah, he doesn't really have a number like the rest of them. It's like a Million Knives and then Legato and then them.
I was going to suggest Elendira the Crimson Nail for trans representation.
which can't.
How why are we spreading this manga anime thing?
Well, that's the thing. I couldn't think of like specific anime or manga characters.
Because, like, you know, there's always villain lady from Bible Black.
Oh my god. Common!
What?
God, you see, that's the thing when I couldn't figure out how to approach anime and manga because like you're
Just
right.
out of your side.
I mean, the problem is Common is very right though. Like,
Yeah.
that is exactly. I mean, content aside, that literally is just. Yeah. I mean, just because it'll be funny, I'm just gonna put Bible Black Lady.
You just say all this is because Dougal showed up.
I just cause pervy things to happen in my vicinity.
You just awaken the other side of me that I locked away.
See, the funny thing with anime and manga is like the two that came to mind for me were Vicious from Cowboy Bebop, but he's kind of nothing.
He doesn't. Yeah, he's only ever introduced in like the last handful of episodes, right? He's
Yeah.
only a way to wrap up the series.
He's a vibe and he's cool, but he's nothing. And the thing with anime is that it's so like so many people are cool. Like literally you'll just have like a guy who like even like Goku, who's like a huge dork, is just like, yeah, I kill gods for fun. Anime is so like over the top that anyone can be cool at any time, and so it's just such a common thing for someone to have that kind of vibe. So there's kind of a higher standard.
When you're a bard, it's just I sleep with gods and dragons for fun. Survival.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
It's always the D&D joke where it's like, this dragon's gonna kill us all. Everyone looks at the bard, then the bard's like, what? You want me to just sleep with that thing? The last time I did that, my body's been broken in many ways.
I don't know why, but whenever I hear something about sleeping with a dragon, I think of Shrek
Me too.
and Donkey sleeping with the dragon.
I mean, he's pretty much a bard.
That's actually, yeah, that's true.
Also, I like that there's like dragon donkey babies in the later parts.
They're cute.
Yeah, as upsetting as it is to think about, it really is cute.
Naru, what? I would just move for one moment. Why are you sitting in my spot? I'm gonna sit on you. I'm gonna sit on you, baby boy.
One, so someone who is like the it's difficult because like so Lust from Full Metal Alchemist is like,
Well, yeah.
she's perfect, but also like I mean they're almost caricatures in their personality. They literally are just like so few characters in anime get the kind of like depth and like storytelling of Char, where he like really goes on a journey of like many years of his life and has goals and achieves them and has relationships and does things. So often it's just like we fight, and then like Frieza was I just thought I'd put Frieza. I was thinking either Frieza or Cell, and
I
it's
was
hard
waiting.
to.
I would say
you
Frieza's
to
more
put
of a
Frieza.
recurring villain, right?
Yeah, well, I just mean like, because like the problem with
like
Frieza and the problem with
Frieza
like
gets into
most,
like Nemesis territory.
well, yeah, but what is like Frieza is like the Toriyama has like with Frieza, and honestly, like Vegeta, kind of too. There's kind of like a universal bad guy until he gets to Kid Buu, where it's like eager to show off they're not like a quiet, sinister plotting type. They're like eager to show off their power. Like Vegeta is like, I mean, they a lot of times they just sort of like stand there smugly, waiting to show off how strong they are, or looking to show it's like I did this with one hand or whatever. But a lot of the time, it isn't like smart behind the scenes calculating. It's like they're just waiting to show off, as opposed to like in Dragon Ball, where you just have
I think it's that mentality of the the overly confident, like boastful warrior.
Mm-hmm.
So, Cat, I'm gonna put this in the stream chat thing, but it is spoilers for anime only. This lady from Chainsaw Man.
Oh yeah.
The biggest Dami-Mami in like anime manga history for the past decade, I guess.
I considered, what little I know of Chainsaw Man, I was thinking of including her, but I don't know enough about her, and also just like throwing in one person. I was just having an issue with anime and manga to the point where I put anime and manga together, although a lot of anime is based on manga, so that's a ton of overlap. But a lot of the characters I was thinking of were kind of disappointing, especially when it comes to Toriyama, where like Frieza and Cell have very similar vibes, and you can even put Deborah on there, just are sort of the same person, but Deborah is like Cell is just very derivative. He's a cool design, and he's fun, but he's just Frieza again. Actually, a good example of in Dragon Ball Z, Dr. Gero is a good example of a guy who isn't like, I'm just gonna...
Oh, wait, Android 21.
Right. Well, he, like, is trying to hide stuff, and he's not looking to fight for no reason for the most part. He is, like, plotting, and he's like, I'm gonna win because I set up a win condition, and I'm gonna make that pay off, and I'm not just gonna, like, go in Vegeta style, and it's like, I can do something stupid and win anyway.
Cat, what about this guy?
Oh, yes.
Sir, did nothing wrong.
Honestly, I think part of the issue might just be because I'm not familiar with Berserk enough. That's Griffith, right?
Yeah.
I would say yes to Griffith, but also, like, Griffith is perfect. It's just the problem with anime where everyone has that kind of smolder to them, and everyone is pretty, where it's like, yeah, literally just here's a guy in a chair. It's like, is this the main villain, or is this a disposable baddie? I literally don't know who this is, but super swag. It's like absolutely baddie energy. I don't know. I can't remember Naraku very well. I was thinking of Sashomaru just because he has such sad, he's like perfect sad boy, but also like the more things go on, the more he just sucks.
I forgot about this guy.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that is okay. So yes, that is one for sure. That is a yes, an absolutely must yes. Theo is absolutely a yes. And the other thing I was thinking about with anime is, when it comes to who's a baddie, you don't actually have to be a villain to be a baddie. I can't remember the name of Fist of the North Star's main character, but he just explodes
Kenshiro?
people. Thank you. Kenshiro just explodes people by punching them, and literally has a cool catchphrase he says while he does it. He's a certified baddie for sure.
he presses some little buttons and then tells them that, oh, I press these buttons or pressure points or whatever. So
Yeah.
if you attack me and decide to be evil, you will die and explode. But if you decide to stand still for like 10 minutes, you will be fine, and everyone decides to attack him. Because they don't believe him for some reason.
Yeah, but like that is perfectly like that is a perfect example of a guy who's like principled in his like it would be evil, but he has principles, and also in the like Fist of the North Star being a post-apocalypse, a guy who goes around using martial arts that causes people to explode or like just it's like I can't think of all the ways that
I think he just has his grounds covered on the murder thing, because like literally has a move where it's like, if you decide to be evil, you die.
Yeah.
He's
But he
he's
also-
lawful neutral in the extreme.
I'm sure
In
he
that
like
in that
crushes
he's to
somebody's
the letter.
head, or he does a ton of stuff. He kills a bunch of people in a way that like it's a post-apocalypse, so it makes perfect sense.
But it's only after they attack him first, right?
Right. Yeah,
that's
he's
what Colin's getting
definitely
at?
like a wandering sort of like he's a
He
defender
just has a
sort of.
magic fighting style, though.
Yeah.
Just despises everything he does.
Yeah, no, the world of Fist of the North Star does not make sense. But definitely he is the tropey kind of like the world needs a hero, and he just sort of wanders the earth looking for good stuff to do. And he does have like he wants to fight the guy who killed the love of his life. I think that's his motivation. And then he has other motivations later on, where like his brothers are evil. But he's definitely like honestly, I can't remember the villain who gives him his scars, but like he might be more of a baddie than the villain, his main villain.
Dang, I don't remember his name. It's like the guy with the mask. It's one of his brothers. Even though he's that important that he gave him the iconic scars, he was like basically a one episode kind of guy.
Yeah. It's this blonde guy, right? With the uniform.
No. Well, yeah, Shen.
Thank you. Yeah.
You have to Google it.
Yeah, I would say that no one has more, like... do
Also,
not
he
mess
stole
with this
his wife's
person.
girlfriend.
Yeah. Doesn't he kill her too, or am I misremembering that?
Who?
Doesn't Shin kill Kenshiro's wife? Girlfriend?
Not
lady?
really. He
Oh.
claims to, but it turns out he's like, oh man,
Oh, okay.
I'm so in love with this person that I can't.
I haven't seen all of the Fist of the North Star. I forget where I stopped watching.
Man, they're gonna make a new one, a reboot, but it's gonna be all CGI, like, Berserk reboot kind of that.
Yeah.
Very disappointed.
Not only is that unfortunate, I feel like Fist of the North Star is, in my mind, like, it looks like this. This is what Fist of the North Star looks like. You can't remake it. You can't update it. You can't update the art. This is what it looks like. If you update it, it's no longer Fist of the North Star. At least in my mind. That's how it just has that look.
It's about Bruce Lee Jesus fighting in a post-apocalyptic nuclear
Exactly.
world.
Like, if you made the art cleaner and more modern, you would just highlight how stupid and nonsense everything is.
Bruce
It-
Lee
it-
Jesus.
It's a very charming world and setting because it's so, like, such an early, it's just such an early thing in manga that, like, you can't update it. It's a classic. The reason why I didn't have, I was thinking that I could literally do From Software bosses on their own, but then I can just put, I'll just put, Melania, Lady Maria, what's her name? It's the spider lady from Dark Souls.
Quelaag?
Thank you.
Sister Frida?
Oh, Sister Frida, absolutely.
You think she's a villain?
All
she wanted was to be left alone.
She's not necessarily a villain, but she absolutely is a baddie because
she's an opponent. Like, she's an enemy, but that I wouldn't say that makes her a villain.
No, but this isn't necessarily.
Villain implies evil. I'm sorry, this isn't which boss is the hottest. This is villains.
No, even baddies. Difference.
Yeah, they don't necessarily have to be like they are. It was originally going to be. I
thought you were spelling quesadilla. Like, I could go for one right now.
I was gonna stick with villains and keep things limited, but the more I think
I think I just need to go to bed now.
Okay.
Good night.
Good night.
Night, Common.
I think I'm widening the net in order to figure out the categories, and then I'll trim things down. Because Kenshiro from Fist of the North Star is not only a baddie, he might be the biggest and best baddie in his fictional setting, aside from the guy who hands him his ass in like the first episode or the start of the. He's got the Fist of the North Star. He has the North Star on his chest because the guy who stole his wife, girlfriend, I don't remember the situation. The Common mentioned. He's in love with the woman. I don't remember if it's established. I thought she died. Because it changes things that he wanders the earth and the woman that he loves is actually alive. And he's like, I'm just gonna go do things and maybe kill some people. And it's like, actually, dude, the woman that you're in love with is alive and you should probably go back there and not fight all these people for no reason.
That'll do anything but go to therapy.
So true. But nobody mentioned that Rogue and Storm are absolutely 100% certified baddies. And also Gambit, I would say, is a baddie. And Wolverine counts too. But in a way that he's an anti-hero, but not an anti-hero. He's like Wolverine is basically a villain who isn't bad. He's a man with knives in his fists who's killed people for 100 years, but also he's a decent human being. So he's a weird, kind of complicated character who has done terrible things, some of which he doesn't remember, some of which he didn't want to do. But he's funny. He's an interesting. He's interesting in the way that he isn't as like Gambit is just a very straight up. He's a sexy bad man. That is just his vibe, and he's occasionally straight up a bad guy, and other times he's not. Wolverine does bad things, but even when he is like technically, potentially, not a villain, but like even when Wolverine does bad things, it's usually against his will, and he learns about it in hindsight. Whereas Gambit's just like, yeah, I'll kill those people. But yeah, I think it's more fun to have some baddies who are not necessarily villains, But they're hard to come by. Was thinking, do I wanna... See, I was one of the, one of the reasons I was leaving off Dark Souls bosses is because I wanted to do a hot or not for just every Dark Souls boss at some point. That was actually the original idea for this.
That actually sounds like a ton of fun.
Yeah, that was the I had decided I wanted to do that after I did the Halloween monsters hot or not.
When you get around to that, let me know, because I will totally be on board.
I want to do, so I have like planned, this will definitely take multiple streams, and this thing will be an undertaking. I might even do another like just chatting stream where we don't even get around to the voting. Dark Souls boss is ranked by kiss ability. Oh my god, that is so funny. Now I want to do Dark Souls hot or not, but also like instead of like fuck, marry, kill, it's just it would be hug, smooch, snoo, snoo.
Yeah, maybe it says Dark Souls, hear me out.
Yeah, I mean, no, yeah, like 80% of Dark Souls would be exactly. Where was I? Got my... So... I think it's funny. Okay, so... God, it's hard. Because Frieza's... The issue... Because Frieza is, like, irredeemably bad. Is, like, genuinely... like, egomaniac, but also, like, enslaves people and destroys entire planets. So then it would be a good idea to not go with Frieza and go with Cell. But I feel like a bunch of... I think all of Cell's forms have something for everybody. You've got the weird creature, you've got the big muscular one, and you've got the, like, handsome one. But I think objectively, the hottest... That is true, but that's future Cell. Isn't it? Wait, did Cell... Where is that? I can't remember. I don't remember. I haven't watched the Cell Saga in so long. But I think Cooler's final form Cooler, but not like Cyber Cooler or Robo Cooler or whatever. Because when Cooler comes back, Cooler just looks like Frieza, but taller. I agree that Piccolo is... Not only is Piccolo a baddie, he's like... head and shoulders above anyone else in the Dragon Ball. Like, Piccolo is just peak baddie. I say that... I have to include Vegeta, too. Just for the fun of it. Just for the sort of... the spectrum. Because Vegeta literally
Vegeta's just a good dad. Oh my gosh.
He's a much better father than the father that he had.
He's a classic
and Goku. But what makes Vegeta so special is he has a t-shirt that says bad guy on it, and it's pink, and it looks very good on him. And it's absolutely something that a dad would like. He's a dad and he's wearing it, and it just says bad. It's so funny. It's so funny. God, Toriyama was just a brilliant man with a brilliant mind.
It out for him.
Oh my god, can you imagine if they went shopping and she found that for him? Oh. God, you know, I wish we got to see more of like Vegeta and Bulma, because like Goku and Chi-Chi are just like a terrible couple.
Honestly, yeah. They don't communicate. There's just a lot of things.
Yeah, and honestly, part of it is because like Goku is just like a non-factor in like their like he's not a father or husband really. So like she's doing everything and like super stressed about it.
Didn't he canonically have 2 children before he knew what kissing was?
I think so. Yeah, it definitely. There's a lot of stuff there that they don't explore. Whereas Vegeta and Bulma, like, both are definitely what's the word I'm looking for? High maintenance people. But which is why it's so funny that the daughter of like the richest man. I think Capsule Corp is like the Capsule Corp is like Bulma's dad is what Elon Musk thinks he is. Bulma's dad is just he invented the world of today. It's like, are you using that? I invented it. I'm Bulma's dad. I invented that. She's super rich and even smarter than her dad, so her inventions are just better than his. And then there's just it's so funny because she's a rich inventor and she married a prince as like, it's like if he wasn't a super powerful murder man, he would just be like a trophy husband.
Yeah.
It's such a good dynamic.
I also love the fact that they like Goku finds out from Trunks. It's like, who are your parents?
You're not gonna believe this.
And then he says it loud enough, and then heard it. What else heard it? And then they're just like trying to not to say anything.
Yeah, I think even though Vegeta's a former villain, and actually Piccolo is too, but he's a former villain from Dragon Ball, so he's technically never a villain in Dragon Ball Z, but they're both former villains. I think I am gonna leave off Frieza and Cell.
Jeez.
You have to leave something off, because otherwise you're gonna have a whole list.
Yeah. Also, Cell's kind of an idiot, and Frieza is like a murderous, genocidal enslaver, so like Vegeta does kill whole planets, but he has a more sympathetic backstory. And also, I have a tendency, so I learned that Vegeta was supposed to be younger than Goku. And if you think of Vegeta as just younger than Goku, first off, I think it makes him like a more interesting. It doesn't make sense in the timeline, but if you ignore that and you think of Vegeta as like constantly chasing Goku and being younger than him and having sort of an underdog thing, where it's almost like an older sibling, but he hates him and wishes he was dead and thinks that he's inferior to him. It's like, it makes Vegeta's sort of pettiness make more sense. But yeah, I think that it's not. It's easier to look past what Vegeta did than someone like Frieza, because even though he definitely killed innocent people, he also was like enslaved, as his whole planet was destroyed, and he was enslaved and threatened with death like his whole life. So it's like, yeah, that's a messed up guy right there, who was messed up in a way that he didn't really want to be. So it reflects on him, but like in a way where I can sympathize with him in a way where I can't with other characters. Let's see. I think I might, so I am gonna try just to do this. Dark Souls gets its own category. Anime and manga I'll do later. Oh, for video games I thought of a couple of Metal Gear Solid characters. Specifically Revolver Ocelot, who I think he falls short of being a baddie in that the older version of him is sort of stuffy, but he's fun, but he's not really like the younger he is, the more fun he is, but he's kind of also not a baddie because he's silly.
Speaking of Metal Gear Solid, have you guys heard about the recent shit that's been going on about the author who criticized Fat Man's design?
Nope.
And yeah, so some author went on a tirade about the design of the Fat Man boss, and somebody's response to it was to like dig up one of this guy's books, and the guy writes in like a like super bland sort of way. It's there have already started being memes made of it, something about like the Orc City, but yeah, it's a whole thing apparently that's happening.
That's honestly, you make fun of other people's works, you're gonna have your stuff brought to light.
Yeah.
It's
Were they like criticizing the concept behind the character, or?
I think specifically the design. It was something about, calling him a bald lard ass in a bomb disposal vest on rollerblades, sipping wine from a straw. Like, it was very much just like his physical design.
Well, the thing is, like, his name is Fat Man because, like, Kojima is a Japanese man talking about American media and American action movies, and Fat Man is the name of the nuclear bomb that America dropped on Japan, and so it's a commentary on American media and America. And if you're gonna make a character named Fat Man, what else do you do? Like, it's I think that the bombs were named Fat Man and Little Boy, and like,
Yeah.
what do you do? It's just, you have a guy named Fat Man and you make him a fat man, and he bombs stuff. I think that Kojima made him I don't know what else you do with that character. I think he's, for what he is, he's fine. It's like a design, like it's a Kojima character. He's weird and interesting, and like, it doesn't make sense why things are what they are, but they're interesting. And yeah, I don't feels, I don't know. But the character that I felt could be put on the list, even though he's not, I wanted to include Ninja, but first, Ninja is multiple characters in the suit, like Gray Fox. The suit is amazing. I love that design. But there's one guy, the first guy in the game is just like a weird, like, enjoys killing people too much person. Not very, like my love of Ninja comes from Olga Gorlukovich from the second game, but she does what she does under duress. She's just a mom who wants to get out of the situation. So it's like, this is a composite of things that they're wearing the suit and it looks cool, but also, like, I don't really think, for as much as I think the design is very, very pretty, I don't think you can really say anything about the character. The only one that I have that I think is fitting is Vamp. Who is named Vamp not because Vamp is a vampire. Vamp has like a weird nanomachine thing that keeps him from dying. He's named Vamp because he's canonically bisexual.
Really?
Yeah. So are all bisexual people are vampires?
No, I think it's a reference to like you know, like when in the era of like the 1940s when they were like femme fatales and stuff. I think Vamp like has the connotation of like sort of a, not like seductress, but like like,
I think seductress is a good word for it. It has that sort of seductive quality to it.
That's kind of what they mean by Vamp. But also like he hams it up as Vamp. But he's swag and he's sexy and he's cool and he's fun. And I think you could count him, even though he's only in 2 games. And he's just sort of there. But also he's just kind of like a guy who kills people. Like, they do a great job making him like a fun character. But he just kind of kills people.
I mean, nothing wrong with that. I mean...
Yeah, I think I will put him down just to have him there, because... I think it'll be fun to go over... Like, I just want to have, like, a way of talking about Metal Gear. But this is... So... This is perhaps the weirdest entry, and it's genuinely something I feel I need to put on this list, because I can't have because I can't have Gray Fox, aka Ninja. No, that's not... Here we go. I genuinely want to put this robot on the list. Oh, hang on, I've got the... there we go. I want this lady robot on the list. And I really don't have much reason or excuse other than it's a sinister vibes, cool, sexy lady robot with what is effectively a giant robot dick, and I really like it.
I didn't even notice that part until you pointed it out, but yeah.
Yeah. No, well, that's so it being Kojima, the mechs have it is literally a cockpit. It is literally the pilot
Is in the dick?
Yeah. That's the visual gag, that's the design, but I it's just so pretty.
I want to make so many jokes.
I'm trying to
Like,
find
do they blast off? Do they like?
No, it's just there. It's just wonder if I can find a design that's thing is small. How do I make it? Don't use Chrome usually. Wait. Here we go. You can see robot lady and then robot lady dick. Or cockpit, however. But yeah, it's just I really like it for very obvious reasons.
Please, Cat, I prefer the term dick house.
Oh. Man, yeah, it's just I on the one hand, like the overwhelming need to include this very pretty lady robot. On the other hand, like there's nothing like, and I could include the pilot because she is also a baddie, and therefore I can excuse, like, because the robot, it's not a sentient robot, it's called an orbital frame, and it's just a mech, it's just a humanoid shaped pilotable robot. But I have Ultron, but I have like no robot representation here, and it just feels weird. There's hot, sinister robots, and I can't think of anyone that's like.
Think of like anime and stuff, but
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Amy brings up a good point.
Yeah, honestly, you know what? I think I have to put 18.
At the very least 18, yeah. I mean, I agree.
I mean, 17 and 18 have such the same personality. They could go together, but
I mean, they were basically twins, right?
I can never remember. I think there's some weird convoluted thing about that.
Like, not identical twins, but...
I think so, but I can't remember. I'm gonna add her, but I might narrow down the list. On the one hand, I feel like if I can look, if I can look at a character on the list and be like, they couldn't possibly win, why are they even here? It could be like, oh, why do they don't need to be there? But on the other hand, I need, they're just, I need at least one sexy robot. Let's see, am I missing? Oh yeah, so movie villains, just regular, I should move this down.
Not to be too 40k brained, but where do you stand on Necrons in terms of robot hotness, robotness, if you will?
I definitely, I would describe them as elegant, and that puts them in like a thumbs up range, but I don't know enough about them
I mean, they wouldn't be able to reciprocate,
Right.
so that may or may not sour it for you.
I mean, sometimes it's just like, you know, the look, the vibe. And, from what I've seen, I would describe them as elegant. And, like, an elegant robot is very much, like, that's like... I mean, when I'm looking for, like, a sexy robot, I'm expecting for it to be, like, elegant. Because there's plenty of, like, little guys. And,
Yeah,
like,
the higher up the ranks you go, the more elegant they get.
yeah, and that's when because I just tend to like robots and mechs in general. Like you know, when someone's a little guy or like just a creature. Like I love Haros, but they're not really in any way, they're, you know, like either a 0 or a negative something on the degree of like sexy. You could literally put like 2 Haros together and call them Haro boobs, and it's like, no, that's nothing. They're just little guys. And it really comes down to like elegance, I think.
Amy brings up a good point. And I'm not in the right headspace to remember. Melfina from Outlaw Star, was she a robot? Or was she organic?
I can't remember.
But the other thing that they suggested was Dorothy Wainwright from Big O.
Oh yeah.
Talking about robot baddies.
Yeah. I do. Dorothy is. I love Dorothy. Honestly, something funny about like 1:30, so I feel like I can just say this. Seeing something about like a robot lady made me feel like I could just empathize with like a female character, as like I could like project myself onto her, because she was a girl but she was also a robot, so it's like, yeah, that could be me. And so I have like, aside from like the look of Big O, which is just really, really great, I have like I really like Dorothy. I'm looking up. Here we are. I lost our characters.
It's a shame there was never like more of Outlaw Star. At least as far as I'm aware, it was only ever what was shown on.
So it says Melfina is a bio-android, so... Yeah, that is a weird, so, yes, but that...
So yeah, like yes and no, kinda.
Wait, you can get Cell pregnant? How did the internet not already tell me this? I feel like that can't be true, just based on the fact that I don't know that to already be true.
Quick, we gotta look up cell pregnancy art. Submissive and breedable cell. Save search off.
No, with the save search off! Oh no! I wasn't saying not looking it up. I'm just saying don't take that off.
He did make Cell Jr., so that, yeah.
Safe search always on. Until I go incognito mode.
From, Piccolo, right?
So I have a, not controversial take, but I feel like I have a potentially... It's like... I bet you'll be able to see it, but it also feels kind of dumb. For movie villains, Raul Julia's M. Bison. Because Raul Julia in anything is just doing the most and is great. But I feel like I can't, so Street Fighter movie doesn't, I feel like you don't need to take it seriously. It doesn't have to be a great movie. I think it's genuinely a good movie for like what it is, because like a Street Fighter movie wouldn't really be a masterpiece, so that it's funny and silly and fun is like, yeah, what else would it be? But I think that he's genuinely doing a great job being a fun, campy villain. Like,
is he the for me it was Tuesday?
Yeah. I genuinely think that is one of the best villain speeches in like all movies.
It's a good line.
Yeah.
Like,
Actually, I'm gonna play that. I'm like hard making the argument. I'm playing the clip just to show.
We heard Superman was just here.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm going to make the strongest possible argument that this man and this performance and this character deserve to be taken not fully seriously. But, oh my god, it's so good.
You hadn't promoted yourself to general yet. You were just a petty drug lord. You and your gang of murderers gathered your small ounce of courage to raid across the border for food, weapons, slave labor. My father was the village magistrate. A simple man with a simple code, justice. He gathered the few people that he could to stand against you. You and your bullies were driven back by farmers with pitchforks. My father saved his village at the cost of his own life. You had him shot as you ran away. A hero at 1,000 paces.
I'm sorry. I don't remember any of it.
You don't remember?
For you, the day Bison graced your village was the most important day of your life. But for me, it was Tuesday.
That man.
Okay. Alright, Veggio.
Raul Julia was just absolutely a treasure. I'll put that on stream too, Common. Oh. Nope. Nope. Give me a second. But I think that Raul Julia, I mean, There's only so much you can do, but I think that he's doing the most you can.
Monster! You killed my... Yes, yes, I killed your father. What is it with you women anyway? I killed my father too, and you don't hear me whining about it.
Oh, that's very good. Oh yeah, Raul Julia was absolutely a treasure. I can't. I could put Morticia Adams on this list. But the thing, like, I wouldn't know which version, and honestly, like, Angelica Houston's Morticia Adams is great, but she's really just, like, there to... She, you know, she is kind of the silhouette. She is there. She's a presence. Raul Julia is doing the most, and I love him for that. But also, I don't... I mean, he is kind of a baddie in his own way, in that he's very extra, and he has the kind of, like, living his own life his own way, but I don't... I think it's just sort of like the way the Atoms are. Hard for me to convince myself that, like, maybe I could put I'm trying to pin down categories, not add. But Xenia Onatopp from GoldenEye, and also the Shifra from Casino Royale. Imhotep from The Mummy, and Queen Akasha from Queen of the Damned. Trying to think of, like, what's the most, like who's, because, like, I thought of, you know, like, Darth Vader counts at the very least for, like, the fit. Like, that is one of the, like, Darth Vader is an interesting villain, and he's got layers, but really it's just like, if all he was the costume design, he'd still be great. Let's see. But I was struggling to think of, oh, I completely forgot about this guy, and I can't believe I couldn't... What's his name? Mr. Benedict. God, it's so upsetting. Charles Dance in, Last Action Hero is, I mean, it's to an extent, it's just Charles Dance, but he's really good. Yeah, I'm gonna put him there just because he's perfect. Oh, I didn't actually, was in the wrong tab. There we go. Let's go back. There's a lot of, like, the creepy serial killer dude from the movie as well, but specifically we're looking for Charles Dance's. Yeah, here we go. this. Sorry. I've been streaming for 5.5 hours, and I'm been struggling the whole time to be aware of, Here we go. That's just too fun. No, Best Boy, but actually I can totally see that. That guy's name... Shoot. I know that guy... Actually, I can just look him up. The Scary Movie 2. Give me the... Also, hello, Best Boy. Chris Elliott, that's his name. Yeah, I can see the resemblance. But he just does a great job with the... He has a kind of, There's another great... I need to watch The Last Action Hero again, it's been way too long. Really great movie. Let's see, what was I... Where was I? I need this again. Oh, so... Specifically movie villains that aren't comic book movie villains. And I might even want to narrow it down to only one James Bond villain, especially because there's a lot of good James Bond villains. I might have to wrap up stream soon because I was going pretty strong there, but I think...
For you.
Yeah, I feel like...
And you're falling asleep.
Yeah, my energy, I felt my energy dip, like, hard. But I'm gonna try to, like, wrap up a bit, because, let's see, what do we got here?
Honestly, we've gone through some great ideas, and you, I hope, have been taking notes, or recorded this so you can just replay.
Yeah, I've been putting things down in a Word document.
There's a lot.
Yeah. I might actually, like, upload the VOD. I made a YouTube channel to upload VODs to. I might just save this, because first, this has been a lot of fun, but also, if you don't save it somewhere, Twitch eventually deletes it.
Yeah, it could be useful for reference.
I feel like, there's gotta be... See, the problem with movie villains, in particular, is a lot of the ones that I'm thinking of, are, like, it's like literally, it's Tim Curry. They all go in the Tim Curry category.
The Tim Caticurry.
I might, because I'm tired and I've been going for... Unfortunately, actually, for some reason, it might have had little hiccups. No, it does say I dropped frames 451, so that's probably I had like 1 or 2 connection dips. But I went for...
Honestly, it's been going pretty strong compared to
Yeah.
like what it was doing earlier.
Yeah, it was like I had like 5 connection hiccups. It was like really bad before I turned off my computer. Which made me concerned.
It kept it going. And then I'd hear you, and I'd be like.
Yeah, I've been having weird connection stuttering and hiccups lately, and I don't know why. I will put M. Bison just because I want him there. And that's 6. I think I'm gonna work on this off stream, and I'll either have enough stuff to do multiple streams for multiple categories, enough to put together a good, strong bracket of competitors, and then have people vote things out. But I think I'm gonna call it here. I'm gonna see who's streaming, if anybody's still
Anyone's still alive? I mean, awake.
Let's see. Got some people that I could raid. Let me... how long have people been going? Oh. Someone I follow, I was thinking of rating, was going for 6 hours and 40 minutes, and so I don't want to.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Be polite by not visiting them.
I mean, they might just be in it for the long haul and doing stuff, but I don't want to presume that. And so we shall raid. We shall raid Blade Vancer. I think it's the last person we raided. And Blade's good people. I might stream tomorrow. I might be doing something with Panda tomorrow. But thank you very much for joining me. This was a ton of fun.
Yeah, it was fun listening to everyone's takes on a few of these characters, even if I don't agree with Common about Storm. She's a baddie, honestly.
I 100% agree.
Just doesn't see it. He doesn't see the vision.
She's literally a queen, but not like she wasn't born to be a queen. She became a queen by marriage. She's absolutely just like she's literally just like a goddess based on power levels, but is also just that powerful and that. And I think what I was taking from Common was that because she's demure and because she's kind of like often restrained, she doesn't have that kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Like, she's not like campy or catty, she's just sort of like prim and proper a lot of the time.
Yeah,
but like you can totally
but that also but when she gets mad,
yeah,
she's coming after you and you're just like, take me, mommy.
Yeah, and not only that, like that's her name is Storm. It makes perfect sense that she would be calm and like calm and clear skies, and then, you know, a storm. It's perfectly fitting for her to be that way and to not be, you know, like playful or like manipulative or whatever, to just be like honest and straightforward. But then when she gets emotional or whatever, you face the storm. It's like, yeah, that perfectly tracks for a fictional character.
It brings up a fun anecdote. I guess at one point she dated a weatherman, and when they broke up, she ruined his career.
I love that. I did not know that. That is great.
Storm
That
is
is
great,
petty as fuck,
and-
and I love it. That is my level of petty. Yes.
Yeah, she's great. She's absolutely wonderful, and she's definitely Storm and Rogue and Gambit are definitely like you don't have to be a villain to be a baddie. Although
Gambit
has
and
been a
Rogue
villain.
together back in the day, and it's just like, just yeah, huh?
Yeah.
You and you just will be fine.
Yeah, but I'm gonna go
Anyways.
through this. Oh, sorry, what was I saying?
Go sleep. Go sleep.
Yes, I'm going to. We'll be raiding Blade. I'll be hanging out and chatting a bit there, but yeah, I'm just gonna be going through my notes, and hopefully I will get things started properly sometime next week. Yeah, thank you very much, everyone. This was a ton of fun. I'm hoping to do, well, I'll be doing more of this particular thing, but I'm hoping to do more like just chatting and fun stuff, fun stream stuff in the future. But yeah, I'll see you. I'll either stream tomorrow or sometime next week. Take care, everyone. Have a good year time zone. I'm so glad that my brain recovered.
Yeah, like at one point you're just like, words. I should probably end soon. And I was like, that was a while ago, and I'm like, is she okay still?